everybody. Welcome back to Wobbleville. Welcome back to the high seas. Looky here. This is our Corsair ship that we painted. What was that? Monday. Yes, our upscaled Armada Mondays. Look at that. Doesn't he look fabulous right there on his little boat? Look at that. We got miniatures from Medbury and Printing Goes Ever On. Actually, I'm printing more Printing Goes Ever On minis because they just unleashed their Candish stuff, and including they're doing some terrain. So actually, this it's kind of a sneaky release from Printing Goes Ever On. But yeah, had a lot of fun doing the shields. We did the stern section too. But yeah, look at how these guys. Here we got a. Oh, here's another one here. So yeah, they work out pretty well. Hey there, Rusty Bartender. Nice to see you. Avast there. Look at this. This worked out pretty well. Now, as I'm thinking about all the rope we're gonna have to put on here, which I didn't actually have a chance to look for yet on Amazon's. This is gonna work out really well. Here's our stern section. There's our stern. Oh wait, here we go. Speaking of ropes, there we go. We got him. We got him working away on the lines right there. So trim those sheets. Trim the sheets. That's look at that is not too shabby right there. I have to give me some pictures just like that. Thank you so much, Cubit. Appreciate that. So yeah, we did obviously a little bit of rusty stuff. Here we got more of these little shields on the side there. Oh, I gotta print those the ballistas on the resin printer. That's right. So yeah, we'll periodically be breaking these out there. So bartender, I hope that you're doing well. Yes, indeed. That's this is gonna be really fun. I'm gonna keep those lads on there for right now. I might actually move these things out of the way, out of harm's way here. Yeah, we'll do that so I can have this over here. Certainly a little different scale than our other Armada Mondays, right? Hey there, Armored Wolf. So far, so far a Cubit, the only OPR miniature that I know for sure that I painted. I might have, I know I have a few other OPR files, but I did a tutorial series on this, a 3-part series on this War Sphinx right here. So that I know is from OPR, for sure. So Armored Wolf, thanks again for prepping all of the lizard men, because that that stupid video, it's been all this time. I mean, it wasn't like I've been working on that video for at least a week and a half. It's insane. Oh, thanks, Qubit. Yeah, that was again, that was a it was a 3-part series that we did on the Patreon page there. That was pretty wild. First one was basically all doing the base stuff. Then 2 episodes worth of painting on that. We're going to be doing a very simple pre-glaze on these guys. Very simple here. Nothing complex at all. We're just going to roll it out here like so. Real quick, like we're going to do some free-handy things, I think, on this guy right here. Cubit, that's pretty. Yeah, it's fun. I know that Bisron, he's been working on his Saurian. I think it's called the Saurian War Host or something like that, right? From OPR. Essentially the sci-fi Lizzies. So I hope that that's been really fun. Let's see. We were those skink raptor riders. That's what we were painting. Well, that's what we were doing the basing for, and I'm just going to hit them with the ebony flesh primer. Yeah, let's do this. So Armored Wolf, yeah, again, thanks for doing that, because there would be no way I could have even started, even after all this time, I could have actually begun the stupid series, because I was printing up all those bits. Holy smokes, did it take forever to get all those bits all those bits prepped and ready to go. And then I had to figure out, okay, well, we got a lot of Lizzies here. How are we going to break this down? So Cubit, this is all oils all the time. It's oils start to finish. So we just got some basic gray Stynylrez primer on here, and then we're going to wipe some of it away. We call this the pre-glaze right here. So yep, it's start to finish all oils all the time, which is fantastic because you end up with obviously very durable miniatures. That piece of terrain, well, which is we are calling this a piece of terrain again. This was all oils from start to finish, and that makes it very robust. There's actually no primer on there. That's how robust the oils are. Thanks, Armored Wolf. Appreciate that. I mean, it really was a huge thing. I mean, otherwise, I could have maybe 3D printed all the stuff, but it wouldn't quite be the same. Those other ones, those resin ones that I printed, they matched in size pretty darn well, didn't they? Oh, but I did reprint those werewolves, and I made them 15% bigger because they go on those 50 mil bases. So yep, Cubit. Now, of course, these will mostly be dry by this time tomorrow. So it's not since we're using so little paint. They'll either be 100% dry by this time tomorrow night or almost there, really really close. And the idea is again now we don't always do the pre-glaze when we're doing all of our that other horse sphinx you saw. I still got to print out more of these because these are my favorite Ushabti. And then these are the ones from Titan Forge. But this was actually the very first time we started using the darker primer method. And of course, here was another classic example of the darker primer method because there was no way to get the pre-glaze in there. No way to get the pre-glaze into that. Here it's a little bit different. And actually, because of the color scheme here, it actually does, it kind of works out in our favor. But some obviously you got the Tomb Kings like that. Where's our other chariots? Same deal with these guys, right? There is no way to get our sponges in there, so we just do the darker primer to begin with. And I mean it works for 40k stuff too. Now these did not have the pre-glaze. I believe these did. So this is another one of our army painting series here on these Howling Banshees. Those did get a pre-glaze, more of a standard variety, I guess you could say. Where are we at here? Did we get all this? Nope, not quite. So Armored Wolf, you'll laugh at this. So all I want to do is get to the store just to get a couple of things. And I can't even get out the door. Alberto's out there. I start giving him lawn advice, which is hilarious. The person who has not watered his lawn yet, and 5 years, no, more longer than that. But anyways, I was advising him. Then I'm coming back from the store. But while I was talking to him, I think because George has been feeding squirrels, this squirrel was literally coming right up to me. I mean, he was 3 inches away from me looking for food. Feba, I don't use the zinc white. I've never had zinc white, but where's that rose madder deep? Here it is. Yeah. So we tried out this color here because we were looking for something else. No, not rose. It was pale rose blush. This had the zinc in it. This turned out to be very, very weak color here. And other folks have been using the zinc white, and they say the same thing. It's just too weak. Yeah, it's a very weak and wimpy color. So Qubit, if you want to check out any of the past, like all of those things that you saw, even the ships and everything, I save all of the past episodes here as they're all saved as highlights. So think of it kind of like a YouTube channel, just no commercials, no ads, nothing like that. You can go back and watch anything. Now you'll have to look for the look for the thumbnail, right, to find I guess the right thing that you want to see. And of course, a lot of times we're doing things with object source lighting of various types, and of course the oils are far more luminous, far more durable, and again they work really well for just all kinds of different things, whether it's something small scale with obviously not a whole bunch of bright colors, or say something like our Bretonians here that do have all kinds of bright colors. and it happens really fast. That is the other really nice thing. And again, these kind of transitions, right? Very easy to do those. Faber, that's fantastic. And Faber, I hope that the oils have been working out fine for you. Yeah, Faber, the fact that zinc white was in there was a total accident. Oh, look at this. Okay, that's where he's been hiding. Oh, that's right. We did a little bit of pre-glaze on him. Oh, that's good. That's good because we'll keep him as the pre-glaze one. I was wondering where the heck he went. Cubit, it does make all kinds of. Where's well here. Here's some more stuff that we did with the oils. Actually, Cubit, weren't you working on some of these? So Cubit, yeah, well, those are we kind of say, if you want to get started with those, that they should work out okay. Our big three, as we call them here, the big three brands would be something like this right here. So, oops, that's a Richardson. We're looking for this one. There we go. So, we should put them up this way. So, Winsor Newton, this is the regular artist oil. This is the Gamlin. Actually, they have also a line like the Winton line. It's called Gamlin 1980. And then, of course, this is the king of them all. That's Williamsburg. So these two are basically the same when it comes to price and quality. They're just fine, good solid stuff. The Williamsburg, obviously Pearline Crimson's a super expensive color, but just in general, this is going to cost more. There is a fourth brand that we've started to use more and more. Now, as far as price and quality, now you're looking at Winsor Newton Gamlin. So not an expensive one, decent quality too. So not quite the same as the Williamsburgs there. So Faber, I'm glad that the oils have been working out for you. And like I was saying there, that was just kind of a total accident, right? That the zinc white just happened to be in there. Oh, by the way, where are we at here? Where's our here? Let's grab you. Always respect the umbar. Yes, see that? Always respect the umbar. Now also we do regular paintings also too every so often on the channel here. Now I'm going to get my scissors out here and we're just going to try and slice up this sponge right here. I have to get as many pieces out of it as I can since all of my bags of sponges they're in this room but they're out of reach right now. So hopefully that right there is going to be enough. Let's get after this here. Cubit, we have tried those. Now the Abteilung, ouch is the word that we use to describe them. So those are definitely must flee from those. The MIG ammo oil brushers, those were usable, and but stuff like there was the scale 75 flow stuff that was too much linseed oil. Basically, what they try to do is because they want to overcharge you, they have tiny little tubes. They overfill it with linseed oil because they want to spread that pigment out as much as possible. It also makes it feel more like acrylics because it's not quite as maybe thick or so as the oils. So yeah, that's again something that's kind of we want to avoid. You can see here as we get towards the ones that we just most recently did, obviously it's a little bit more on the shiny side. Typically, when we're doing our pre-glaze wipe away, we really would prefer that it not have any shine to it. But you can see how we're wiping this away here. We're not wiping it all away because this particular Van Dyke brown color has what we like to call a staining property. Faber, and it's, you know what, trying new stuff, all kidding aside, I have seen people that, they're really, good at painting and everything else, but eventually they do just get bored. If they keep doing the same thing year after year, kind of starts becoming like work, and they say, well, wait a minute, so My thing that's supposed to be relaxing away from work is just like work. This is not what we're looking for here. So you can see how we're kind of wiping some of this away now. Oh, here we go. You can see the difference between the two. The idea is that this stuff is still going to be wet, which means we can mix into that wet into wet. Hey there, Russian Blue. Nice to see ya. Qubit, I believe it's Jackson's Art. I think it's Jackson Art. Also, too, Qubit, well, if you're on the mainland, Gerstecker. Yeah, so for for mainland Europe, most folks they go to Gerstecker to get their stuff. But I do believe that Jackson Art is the place in the UK. As far as I guess maybe ordering it online or whatever. Now you can see this has a little more of a shiny shine on there, doesn't it? So Russian Blue, I hope that you're doing really well. Great to see you, of course. So yeah, we didn't really use a whole bunch of our sponges because this was a very simple pre-glaze. Lately, we have not been doing one color. Well, technically, this was a three-color pre-glaze. There's a little bit of the asphaltum mixed in there, even a touch of the Mars Black. But we could have gone more specific, and we could have targeted some areas with, say, a Prussian blue glaze. Of course, some of the would you say the core colors, the main group of colors, indigo, Indian yellow, Terra Rosa, Van Dyke brown, Mars black, either Terra Rosa or Mars red. I think we already mentioned the Indian yellow, Phthalo green, Prussian blue, either the Egyptian violet from Williamsburg or dioxazine violet. The asphaltum is really Mars Yellow Deep. That is much better. Well, all the Mars colors are really fantastic. I do believe everything now has been wiped away. So yes, pre-glaze accomplished there. Now, I think we'll go this route here, and then we'll give him a black cloak. So where'd our banner guy go? So we get to actually do a little bit of freehandy thing on this bosun here, and we'll do that design. That should be really fun there. Alrighty, and again, using craft brushes here. Oh, also, where'd my brush clean? There it is. So yeah, for cleaning the brushes, we use this. Which good news? Oh look, dried acrylics as well. Acrylics and oils, not hazardous, no vapor. For the thinner, of which we use very little, we have this. Speedball is the main brand. Mona Lisa is essentially your sub-brand. But you will want to get yourself a high-quality odorless thinner. Now, that is where, say, MIG Ammo or even AK Interactive could help you out, because their odorless thinners are actually not too bad. They're not great, but they're not too bad. You just don't want to end up with the cheap, nasty stuff. That's the main thing. Just want to avoid the cheap nasties, because that'll just going to disappoint you. It'll just disappoint you in there. Now here again, not a whole lot of paint. Not a whole lot of paint, and we're just going to start powering away on these guys. Let's do it. So Russian Blue, I hope everything is going fabulous. Hopefully your week has been at least tolerable, if not a nice week. It's still obviously crazy here with the family situation and all that. Now, do we stick with the... Yes, we'll just stick with the white here. That's going to be easier on this guy. You can see just how detailed and precise we are going to be at this stage, which is not a whole bunch. You can see we're not really mixing up anything in the way of colors. Why? This is our palette Yes, the miniatures are palette. Mix the colors on here. Why mix them on the palette and then have to transport them all the way over here? Why don't we just mix them right on here? Make it easy. Let the oils do all that hard work. Hey there, Valfira. Let me see. So, hey, Deck Knight, how you doing? So, Deck Knight, happy Thursday. Same thing there, Valfira. I mean, we still got an hour, well, hour 5 minutes left. Yeah, we still have an hour 5 minutes left. So, Valfira, good news for me because the Printing Goes Ever On just unleashed a whole entire pledge level of Candish stuff. Right now, actually, we only have a dozen chariots. However, the one thing, you know how Printing Goes Ever On tends to just make things differently than everybody else? Well, I needed chariots that just stood out more for the Candish kings because there's three different kings, right? It's part of our We Three Kings army. Well, now I actually have chariots that look totally different from everything else. So we're going to print out one of each for each of these factions. And of course, the other thing is he has a, well, I don't know how big it is, but he's got himself a nice yurt. And you thought these were kind of fun for freehand. I think his is going to be even better. So yes, the yurts return. There's also a Candish temple. Now, again, I haven't even had a chance to look at the Arnor book. Well, the Rise of Angmar. Sorry, I'm perpetually going to call that Fall of Arnor, especially since the book is only good for like 2 months. Or well, I think it's some folks are saying, oh yeah, the new stuff is coming out in November. Armored Wolf, wouldn't you think with the movies being released December 13th, you're not going to see anything from GW until say January or February of next year? I just don't see that happening over Christmas. I mean, I could be wrong. I could be wrong, but I just something tells me I don't think we're going to see a brand new box set with all new rules in December. I'm thinking that's maybe, who knows, that might even not be till Adepticon. Because unless there's some other big show in Europe that's going to be happening in October or November or something like that, I mean, there could be. What is on his trousers there? Okay, those are just boots. So Valfira, I guess, I mean, I have been able to do little bits and bobs here and there on the house here and there. All right, I'm just going to be skin. Okay. Let's hit that too. So Russian Blue, great to see you again as always. Just getting some of the gunk out of here. Actually, Valfira, hey Valfira, have you had a chance to look at Ryan's links yet that he did with the with all the Patreon vids? What actually, Valfira, one of the other things I was doing today, I was taking pictures of the color charts. And actually, you know, the one positive, I mean, it's all positive, but the one neat thing is looking at some of the older color charts there, Valfira, it did give me, I said, you know what? Because now maybe I have miniatures slash projects that kind of align with some of those older colors. You might be seeing some of the older colors back again. Now, some of them, for whatever reason, I just can't find them. Like the what the heck were they? They were from Holbein. Yes, those. I can't find those, unfortunately. But I was thinking, yeah, there might be a few colors that you see in videos again. How you doing there, Lethal Shadows? Boy, Lethal Shadows, I was going to try and shoot you a message today. Everybody, please give Lethal Shadows Gaming a follow. So Lethal Shadows, how did PAX West go? And of course, Lethal Shadows, if you want to share anything in the chat, um, the airbrushes, the paint size. Where the heck did our paint size go? Ah, here we go. Yes, if you wish to share any of the paint size, and of course, Velfair, if you wish to share any of the paint line, right? And it's at 103 colors, right? Lethal Shadows, or actually, am I underestimating that now? I think it's 103 because it was at 94. Then there was some specialties added. Then, well, if you count, I know you got some of the airbrush product, like the airbrush cleaner, and some primers too, right? The Lethal Shadows. Here we go. So yeah, not a blue cloak there. We're gonna go blue here instead. Yeah, and we'll just go with a much darker cloak there. So everybody, please give Lethal Shadows Gaming a follow. So Lethal Shadows, I hope that you actually have. Well, let's see. Would it be December Lethal Shadows for ECCC or something like that? I'm trying to think of what your next convention might be. Where are we at here? Oh, yeah, here's one more still. One more with our blue. And we could even wipe this away. This could almost be like a secondary pre-glaze. Yeah, of course, Valfera, Grand Oracle is going to be very upset. Well, a few of the folks that have been wanting to see, regular old pre-glaze again on the streams, once again they'll be foiled. I actually have. Well, there's one that I haven't actually started doing this phase yet. Yeah, let's do that. So PAX Unplugged in Philadelphia. And again, Lethal Shadows. If you want to share, obviously all the stuff on the website, the dice, all the yummy things. Please go ahead and do that. I'm going to take that. That is, believe it or not, that is the Mars Violet. Or no, that's that's one of the reclaimed Earth colors. What are you hiding? That's one of these reclaimed Earth colors right here. There it is. Iron Violet. Okay. I mean, it's basically like Mars Violet. That's essentially what it is. But yeah, these are from Gamlin right here. And of course, again, the whole idea is that we're trying to match. Again, we printed out. Well, we have 3 of those already printed out. Oh, here's the one that's got our guys on it, already on board. There you are, and you can see the. Not too shabby, huh? Kind of matches up right there. Again, we have all our fabulous shields there. The thing that I do, actually, Valfera, is there a string? I have something in mind. We used to actually have, believe it or not, a big coil of it. Of course, I don't know where the heck it is. I think it probably got thrown away. But we had a coil of this string. It wasn't thread. It wasn't yarn. It was kind of in between those two. It was just some kind of string. And I'm thinking, if I could just, I'm just gonna maybe have to do an Amazon search tonight and see what I can find. See if there's anything out there. Just gonna grab me some of that. I suppose I'm gonna hit some of our boards with this. So yeah, I know that well, Ursa is definitely coming up. So Armored Wolf is going to definitely need some prize support for Ursa. Oh, by the way, I'm pretty sure these bases right here, these are from Asgard Rising. Yeah, pretty sure that's where these are from. Might even have to print out some more. So yeah, Velfer, it's a little bit. You definitely don't want thread. That'd be way too thin. But yarn definitely too frayable and too thick, right? So no, not yarn. That sounds like it's kind of more in line with what we would want. But I'll just do a little look-see on the Amazon, see what I can find, and we'll roll with that. This just gonna get a little something something there. Again, hashtag no layers. No layers. This is again, we don't have super slow drying acrylics out here, right? We're going strong to the. Oh, I'm glad that I only ever did the pre-glaze on this guy. Oh wait, here we are. So you got your pre-glaze, right? We wipe some of it away. Then we start putting some of this on there, and then obviously we keep on trying to develop that. Where am I going to put you? We'll just have to leave you over there, it looks like. Thanks, Velfear. Appreciate that. I mean, obviously, whoops, we got ourselves some time, right, Velfear? We have ourselves a little bit of time because we got to wait for stuff to dry. We also have to welcome in Riot Sister. How you doing, Riot Sister? Happy Thursday. It's still Thursday here. Everybody please give Riot Sister a follow. So Riot Sister, I think you saw the pirate, well, the Corsair ship, right? I think you were in the stream when we were doing that. Here, let me show you what it kind of looks like here with some of our guys. Well, this is the forward half right here.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my god.
So that's the forward half, and of course we did some of our very fun shields right there. Thank you so much, Nick Saga. I appreciate that. Now again, I like the size of this ship. I like the cut of that jib. However, I don't like this cut over here. Yeah, look. See that suggests to me it's not as seaworthy as you might think. Thank you so much, Lethal Shadows. I appreciate that. Now let's see what we're gonna have here. Avast there. Well, he has really been doing the 4s and the 3s, which is good, because what he wants to avoid is that. He wants to avoid that. So thank you so much, Lethal Shadows. Appreciate that. Hey there, Journeyman. Nice to see you again. Boy, it's been a while. How you doing? So thank you so much, Lethal Shadow. Appreciate that. Oh, geez, Lethal. Oh, Lethal Shadow. Look at this. Look at this here. So Lethal Shadows doesn't just have the paint and the brushes and everything else. Lethal Shadows has like 10 bazillion printable files. This is also one of Lethal Shadows' original sculpts. Yes, Lethal Shadows has all kinds of original sculpts like this one here. So Lethal Shadows, now that you're back, I'll have to send this one your way. Oh, thanks, Lethal Shadows. So yeah, Lethal Shadows, I'll send you this one. Obviously, I'll hit it with the anti-shine there. But yeah, this is a Lethal Shadows original sculpt right here. So you can pick these up, well, especially if you're going to be at PAX Unplugged. You can get them right there in the booth. Thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for slaying the usurper there. So yeah, Lethal Shadows. I'll just shoot that one your way. It's been here. I just realized. Oh yeah, it's sitting there, just waiting to head your way. So Riot Sister, if you wanted to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Now, oh, where's our guy with the little curious? All right, so this is another Medbury miniature sculpt. Some of these are also from Printing Goes Ever On, but we are going to do this design on that cloak. So again, this is some of these are from Medbury miniatures. Oh yeah. I think it was the stern. Yeah, I think this was. Check this out. So this is the stern section. We just painted this one. Look at this. Look at that. That is pretty nifty. I really love how that looks. So again, this one is also from the Printing Goes Ever On. The ship is from Printable Scenery, right? Printable is not printable terrain, but printable scenery. Thanks, Velfair. Appreciate that. Yeah, sorry about that, Armored Wolf. It's just it's coming in hot and heavy, right? And thanks, Velfair, for sending that. And of course, everybody check out. Is that Discord? Yeah, it's a Discord link. Check out that Discord link that Riot Sister just shared, and then also give Riot Sister a follow. So, Riot Sister, have you been enjoying doing the streaming thing again? I know it's been a bit of a journey, but hopefully getting a chance to do some streaming again has been fun for you. I know it's work too. It's not a simple task, but hopefully you've been able to kind of have some fun with it too. So Veilfarer, I think we can glue this ship together. I was just kind of waiting for it to completely set, and I wasn't sure if I should do the masts before gluing it together. I think you see what I'm kind of going with that, but I think I'm just going to glue that together, Velfira. Yeah, Riot Sister, I'm really glad that you could do that. And well, Riot Sister, hopefully you'll be able to make it to Adepticon and everything. So everybody check out the link to the Lethal Shadows Gaming Paints. It's a brand new line of paints, and again, I think there's 103 different paints of various types. Some are specialty paints, some of them kind of more your standard type paints. There's some fluorescents in there. I think you got is it 6 or 8 fluorescents there, Lethal Shadows. I know it's at least 6. Veilfira, I don't think there's really going to be any because, which is this? And obviously this is a very clever thing. See this right here? So that is very clever. Now here you might see some gaps in the boards, but I mean, once that sail goes there, and of course, you can just do this, right? Look at this. You put a guy here and a guy here, you're not going to see that seam. So that this was very clever to do this, Velfira. There we go. Now I'm hoping that next Monday we'll be able to paint the other ship. Well, I've got 3 of them, but I have another one that would be easier to do. Okay, so there's 8 fluorescents. I was thinking there was possibly 8, but I didn't want to overestimate. So again, everybody please check out Lethal Shadows Gaming. Now here again, this is where hashtag no layers, right? You can see that is very much lighter than what's there, and you can see that it's already starting to mix with what's there. So yeah, Velfira, now there's other ships that were not designed that way. The other thing is I'm going to have to start printing out the Printing Goes Ever On ships, because those would obviously work for my Easterlings. Let me see. Oh boy, Velfira! Wow.
So say we all.
It's almost like Zach when the cat walks across the keyboard. Hey there, Grey Wolf Studios. Boy, oh boy, Grey Wolf, you've had an action-packed week and a half, haven't you? Or 2 weeks, would you say? Yeah, at least the last week and a half. No, I'm thinking maybe the last 2.5 weeks. Actually, Velfira, if you wanted to share your dragon, and of course, Grey Wolf, I know you have a whole bunch of miniatures that you could share in the chat if you want to do that. So yeah, you want to share your stuff in the chat there, please go ahead and do that. You see how that changes very, very, very quickly. Again, hashtag no layers. We went from that really deep, well, we went from brown to the dark blue. And you can see now we've got, this is kind of a mix of the ultramarine blue, a little bit of Prussian blue, and then a little touch of the radiant blue just to make it lighter and even more opaque. Grey Wolf, I'm wondering if it's just 2 weeks. Something tells me the fortnight is actually just 2 weeks. Not sure why a week or even 10 days would be called a fortnight, because there's not 4 nights in either one of them. Well, I guess there is, plus some others. So again, here, look at this. Here, we're just going to let that mix with what's already there. Look at that. Nice and easy. Yeah, let's continue that over here. Right, sister, if there's anything that you wanted to post in the chat. Oh, yeah, you did. Never mind. You posted your Discord link. I'm thinking Grey Wolf. That's it? Yes. Sorry. So, Grey Wolf Studios. Right, sister's like, well, wait a minute. I just posted that Discord link. Grey Wolf, I think, well, you and I and Armored Wolf would really love a 4-pack of Tuesdays. Actually, I would like 4-packs of Tuesdays. That's my order. That would be my order for sure. Wouldn't mind me some of those, right? And again, we're painting these up because now we got our ships going. And I think I actually still have a couple of other of our Corsairs that are not even on paint holders. Oh, by the way, these are from Battlecraft Supplies. And remember our big pieces of terrain that we put on the really big holders. Those do work very well. Now again, this has very little paint. This is almost a dry brush. Yes, I have a tiny little liner brush, and I'm essentially doing a dry brush. Why? Because we already got pre-glaze here. We already have some of the darker blue there. We have a bunch of paint sitting there, so we don't need to be chunking a whole bunch more onto that. Now, are we going to? We'll leave him in that state till we can kind of show things. We got 4 that we're painting now here. Valfera, if you've got a bunch of Tuesdays hiding somewhere, it's almost like those are like stashing MREs, right, Valfera? Yeah, it's like stashing those meals ready to eat down in the bunker, just waiting for when you need them, right, Valfera? So thank you so much, Grey Wolf Studio. Appreciate that, and of course, thank you so much, Lethal Shadow. Lethal Shadow, I've been trying to take advantage of. Now, I don't know if it's still $42, but Amazon has had the fabulous Elegoo flat black PLA at $42. So essentially just trying to, because that doesn't, I mean, it's not like you can let it sit around for 10 years, but it's not quite like, say, our regular resin. Ooh, actually, speaking of resin, Lethal Shadows also, you have your own resin now, right, Lethal Shadows? So yeah, Lethal Shadows, if you want to tell them about the printing resin that you developed there. I knew there was another thing. I just that was we're trying to get a lot of different things done today. Oh, by the way, the latest tutorial video is up on the Patreon page, and that would be our new mega series on the Lizardmen. So we did the first basing episode of the Lizardman mega series. That went up on the Patreon page. So the new resin is live. Wait a second here. Give me a sec. I believe. 1 second here. Is that this was done with the new resin, right? Lethal Shadows. I believe this was done with the new resin. So yeah, check that out. Obviously, we'll be painting this. Let's see. I'm kind of tempted to do a little army painting, or not an army painting, but a series on that. But maybe we'll do it on stream. So actually, believe it or not, Grey Wolf. Oh, I don't think you saw the last time we were painting the pirates. We just did the gray primer, wiped it away. Now we're getting in some of the lighter colors because with this color scheme, Grey Wolf, it actually is to the advantage to actually be doing a traditional pre-glaze with this. So yes, traditional pre-glaze. So that is the resin from Lethal Shadows Gaming. So again, check out lethalshadows.com for well all your 3D printing needs, painting needs. Again, the paint size, all the fabulous brushes. Now this is getting a little more thinner in it because thin over thick and vice versa. And you see that sticks just fine. If you notice that your paint just not adhering or whatever, probably an issue of it's the same exact consistency of what's already on the figure. So what you're going to want to do is either make it thicker or thinner. And that does not have to be a vast difference. It could be a relatively minor difference, and that'll be enough. That will be enough, and it should adhere, and then you'll be happy again for sure. Is that a... Oh, it's a dagger over there. Okay, that's what that is. So again, Grave, yeah, if you want to share all the zombie side stuff, and of course your Cathy miniature with the source lighting on it, if you want to share that, that would be fabulous too. That's going to be red. I don't know how many other guys have a little sash like that. At least as far as this batch that we're doing. Oh, gee whiz. And I still got to get some pre-glaze on this guy. Basically what I was trying to do, it's not quite a Saturday challenge. But I just thought, you know what? Since the pre-glaze on these guys is relatively simple, I mean, it's a little combo of Van Dyke Brown, asphaltum, even a touch of Mars Black in places. You know what? I'm just going to throw a little bit there. See the brown pre-glaze? Look at that. It turns gray. So it's literally the same light blue color I'm using on all their tunics and jerkins, which is now going onto this blade, and it's mixing, and it's becoming a gray. Now, of course, I better go over here and clean this out. So we'll do that. Ooh, Lethal Shadows, that sounds good. That sounds very good. Oh, geez, I never got a chance to finish the story. Hey there, Recoil. Everybody, please give Recoil13 a follow. Recoil, if you would like to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and say hello to Mom for me and Squeak. Actually, Recoil, oh, it's at, well, here. So, Recoil, I was talking to the neighbor on my right. This is Alberto. He's been there. Actually, he's been there over 20 years now. And I was just giving him some home repair advice. Well, this squirrel walks up to us. I mean, inches away from me, looking for food because, well, George has been giving him food. And then as I'm coming back from the store, I'm at the end of my block. So I am probably, I want to say about 45 yards from my house at least, maybe 55. And I hear that what sounds like the pitter-patter of feet on the sidewalk. And here I am thinking it's the squirrels who are coming right up to me. No, it was actually Lula from next door. Lula actually ran, jumped off our porch and ran all the way down the block to get to me. And then obviously she wouldn't leave me after that. So I thought she would get a kick out of that recoil. Hey there, Dark Horse. Well, Dark Horse, actually, well, if you want to, maybe shoot me a message. Yeah, I think we talked about it, right? Maybe a message on the Instas or Facebook or something. And then remember, I think I was saying, okay, what's first of all the least fragile, right? Dark Horse, pick something that's not too fragile. And obviously, there's things now where I say, okay, we have other things that we could use as a little teaching aid. So some things that we maybe have been using as a teaching aid, I can say, you know what, we can either print up another one of those or something like that. So yeah, maybe shoot me a message on the Instas or something like that. Recoil, they've told me over and over again that she doesn't do that for anybody else. Uh, and it's funny. It's not like I've been sneaking food through the fence or anything like that. It's been that way since the beginning. That very first time when they knocked on my door. It's so wild, right? Recoil. So again, Dark Horse, great to see you. So everybody, please check out that Kathy and Jiro, the fabulous Kathy and Jiro that Grey Wolf Studios did. And Grey Wolf, sorry that actually Grey Wolf, when you're sending me the messages, I keep thinking that it's the same situation that has either evolved or whatever, but it's always a new situation, right? Right, Grey Wolf. It's like holy smokes. Yeah, that was so 12 hours ago, right, Grey Wolf? It's like gee whiz, a whole 12 hours. We can generate several new crises in just 12 hours, right? Sorry that it's just been so tremendously active in the way we don't want it to be tremendously active. And yeah, Lethal Shadows, I'll shoot you a message. Again, the reason I haven't been able to send too many folks messages, just we had the family health situation going on here. So that's why, if people are wondering why I've not been able to send out as many messages and stuff, that is why. So I'll shoot you a little message. Also, too, I wanted you to have a chance to recover from PAX East, which hopefully that was a big success. Speaking of PAX East, there was so many different conventions going on. See that? Look at. I'm still using the same light blue there, but now getting it on the axe. So yeah, Lethal Shadows, or sorry, Recoil. It's kind of nice to because that's kind of how it used to be. Our Marbles was kind of the last dog that really did not like anybody else, and actually Marbles used to literally jump over several fences, and then would actually just jump into my arms. Uh, Jumped over Ray's fence and landed in my arms. And yeah, Marbles was not a big fan of other people or pets or anything. Marbles was very selective. That was a crazy, crazy dog. Alright, we get a little more of that light here. Now, how's about we start thinking what we're going to do on this? I think I'm going to try me some darker stuff here first. Let's try and work in some of that down into our shadows here. Yes. When in doubt, make things darker. It doesn't always have to be lighter, lighter, lighter. Sometimes you just need to go darker. Where's my blending brush here? Hashtag no layers, right? We also don't want to pile up a whole bunch of paint there because where does Mr. Banner guy go? You know, I'm going to get you out of the way here. You're going to go over here for right now. I'm going to put that design on there. I don't want a whole bunch of paint piled up over here, do I? Hey, there's Mom. How you doing, Mom? Great to see ya. So, Mom, this is every time I see these guys, I think, wow, it would literally take 70% or maybe potentially 75% less time to paint these. And this is only a fraction of the army. Yes. Those guys in the back, those robots there, I mean, you can see how big they are. I actually had to do 3 or 4 of those. So this is only what you're going to see is only a tiny portion of it. I wouldn't have just done the weathering with the oils. Would have done everything. Naphthol red, Fanchon red, obviously a lot of Indian yellow, Mars yellow deep, lots of Van Dyke brown as if you want to do a pre-glaze on there. These vehicles, look at all the even the treads, right? There's gears everywhere. Everything is open. Look at these vehicles. That vehicle wasn't terribly big. It was like painting 5 vehicles because everything there was an open cockpit. Everything about it is open. It's insane. Well, you thought that was insane? Wait till you get to this monstrosity. Look at that. That was about the equivalent of 6 Land Raiders. All those treads again are open on either side. That ray gun on top is at least 2.5 pounds of resin. And oh, look, another open cockpit. There's a giant telescope, all the gears, and all this stuff articulated, right? That telescope, even this thing, it articulated like in the middle. There was all kinds of moving plasma cannons on there. That thing was absolutely insane. And of course, again, with the oils, it would have been vastly easier. So Dark Horse, yeah, actually right now I'm doing, I just started the Lizard Man series. You want to check out the Patreon page. We have the very first episode. The very first episode of Basing is now on the Patreon page. Let me give a little smidge of that Payne's Gray here. See that? Again, hashtag no layers, right? We went super dark. Now all we're doing is just dry brushing on some lighter stuff. That's all we're doing. Hashtag no layers. But now we could, you know what? I'm going to keep rolling with this. I'm just going to keep on rolling with this stuff here. So Dark Horse, I already sent that via Patreon. So yes, there should be a message in your Patreon inbox there with the link to the new episode. And that's again, that's just episode 1, and that is probably going to be at least a 6-part series, maybe 7. All right, let's get back to some of our blue here on this sword blade. We'll hit that lighter. Also lighter there. And lighter there. So yep, that is Army Painter Series 43. And that is now, again, that is now up on the Patreon page. So Mom, it's great to see you. Mom, Mom, I've got, I'll send, I just got a new set of nativity theme or nativity scene Christmas cookie cutters. So I'm gonna try and wash those tomorrow, and I'll send Recoil a picture of the new cookie cutters so you can see those. Now I meant to get things like flour and other stuff at the store today, but there was we were kind of distracted and derailed on the way there. So we'll try to do that tomorrow and make that happen. So yeah, Dark Horse. There's going to be several different series as part of that army. I've got a bunch of Croxigors. I've got a batch of the Cold One Riders. And of course I also have a Mage Priest on a Stegodon. So we'll be seeing some big critters too. Now here we're going to just keep rolling with this guy. I want to also try to get some of the freehand stuff again on his cloak too. Again, we'll do that design that that you saw on the banner there. Been waiting to do this bosun for a while. So there's the link to the Patreon page. Thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting that. Appreciate it. You do the $15 Army Painter pledge there. Yeah, get them popcorn. You'll be watching for a while. Because if it hasn't surpassed 2,000 hours worth of tutorial videos, it's gonna pretty darn soon. Yes, and of course, generally I'm making about 20 hours of new tutorials every month. So yes, once you've binged all of your Netflix shows and everything else, well, this is the unbingeable. You can never binge it all. Because again, every month there's about every 3 days is a new video. Recoil's mom. There is. I like to think that I have founded a religion based on chocolate here. Yes, it's a chocotology. Yes, this is a chocolate is a full-on religion here. Oh, is it? Oh, Fannie Mae. Yeah, Fannie Mae is based in Chicago, and that has been a family fave for a long time. So yes, waffles and chocoholism definitely go hand in hand. Blending brush there. Speaking of the non-metallic metal, right? That escalated quickly, as they say. Yes, indeed. And we're still working with that original pre-glaze in here. So yes, this was a classic pre-glaze. Let me see. No, let's do this first, then we'll hit some of the rust on these. I'm going to actually get me a little bit of the... well, that's the Payne's Gray. It's not our usual indigo. It's Payne's Gray. Yes, it doesn't last very long. Anything of a chocolate nature here, you don't time it with a calendar. You time it with a stopwatch as far as how rapidly it's going to be consumed. Yeah, and it's a stopwatch where you don't need things like seconds. Yeah, so you need one of those stopwatches that they use for swim meets or whatever, where it's like 1/10 of a second is the difference between first and 15th place. That's how fast something like that would get consumed around here. What is it? Like the was that the pairs of socks, right? One sock always gets consumed, it goes missing. That's what happens to this is like the Bermuda Triangle for chocolate. It just disappears in a very rapid fashion. I'm not sure how much later we want to go there. We also want to again get that blending brush going. There it is. We'll be coming back with some of our darker blue in both of those. Yeah, you know what? I might even just do that right now. While I'm thinking about it again, this is not the indigo, this is the Payne's Gray. So yeah, Valfero is thinking of actually doing a comparison video between our couple of indigos and this Payne's Gray. As it pertains to, well, metals, right? So something potentially... Where's our Highland Miniatures guys here? So something like that. So, and some sort of video like that because, well, I mean, I could print up some more of those. Well, we have our Bretonians already printed up too. Let me get back to my scene here. There we are. Let me see if I can get, again, this is the not indigo, Payne's gray. Touch of it over there. That is, that's our Mars red. We still have some of that Venetian red over here. Again, that's our essentially substitute Terra Rosa. And away we go with this. Hey there, oh, it's an early morning there, Doji. Oh, you're like, no kidding. That's an early morning for a happy Friday there, Doji. Actually, Dark Horse, I was just printing out the brand new Arnor stuff from Diwali. So actually, maybe what would you want to say here? Maybe wait till you get to see some of the Diwali Arnor stuff painted on stream. And because obviously we've already done Printing Goes Ever On Arnor stuff. We've done most of the Kurzlook. There's still more to go with the Kurzlook Arnor stuff. So yeah, I think you're going to really like the Diwali Arnor stuff because it is pretty amazing. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to use our Arthidane color scheme on it, which I think is going to be very fun. So everybody please check out that link from Grey Wolf Studio. That's an Insta link right there. Well, Elite, things can always be worse, right? I mean, look at Miami, Elite. Because I think they're going to be sans quarterback for at least a couple of weeks. Because certain Tua is now in the dreaded concussion protocol. So he might be gone for a little while. He's also had a whole bunch of them. So yeah, Dark Horse, those I'll probably be trying to cure those tomorrow. I just printed them last night, so they need to dry and then cure, and we'll try to get those try to get those babies based and everything. So again, everybody, please check out that link that that Grey Wolf Studio just shared. So yeah, Elite, it can always be worse. I mean, it's never ideal. You know, look at Cleveland. That I'm pretty sure losing to the Patriots in their first game wasn't really part of the plan. And who knows? You know, all it takes is Patrick Mahomes gets injured or something like that. The way Tua just got injured tonight, that is not the same team for obvious reasons. And you never know. All it takes is one thing going wrong, and all of a sudden you find yourself up against it. Again, we're starting to work this guy a little bit further here. I think we got it here. Look at this. So regular standard pre-glaze, right? Then we wipe it away. We start putting some of the lighter colors on, like this. And you can see now we're starting to develop things a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more. Where is... I think these might be the ones I'm looking for here. get him with a little different skinny tone here on him. So Grey Wolf, as it was said, they came in there with bad intentions, and I don't know what the final score was. I know it was 31-10 at the point where it was like, okay, this is over. So now I forget who it is that the Bills have to play next. But that's not a bad start to the season for him, is it? I think you'll take it. I think you'll take it right. All right, Garewa for sure. Yeah, some told me that there was not going to be much advancement on that point spread there. Just trying to work in a little bit of the skin tone here. And trying to keep it more of a ruddy skin tone as well. We'll also try to get some of our greens in there. I mean, this is the Wappelville Sports Network after all. Covered all, it's like the ABC, remember it was ABC's Wild World of Sports, remember that? That's what the Wappelville Sports Network is like. Well, I guess it's another weekend of footy. Well, finals footy, that is. Another weekend of finals footy. And Recoil, I rated Hicksey. I think it was the last stream. I rated Hicksey, and of course they couldn't. I was talking about the new stadium down in Hobart, and I guess that's been kind of a sore spot for quite some time. For Tassie to not have an AFL team. So yeah, elite. And it's funny because in college, he was getting injured all the time. But they weren't concussions. They were all knee injuries, ankle injuries. So he's unfortunately, I think at basically what they're probably going to do is tag him as injury prone. And that's one of the worst tags you can have. Doji, again, my expectations they're not just low, they're absolutely minimal because for a franchise that's been around since 1920, developing quarterbacks is not something they've really managed to do very well in their 104-year history. Yeah, they just that's not something they've done very well. I mean, unless you count Sid Luckman, that might be different. And of course, Doji, you want to share any of your stuff there in the chat? Please go ahead. I know you got yourself lots of oil painted miniatures. Again, just working on some of the lighter stuff here, and then we'll come back with some darks here. We need a little something on the ear. Now, this is one of the Medbury miniatures right here. And, yeah, where's our... Yeah, this is so fun seeing this. So check this out. Look at that. That is just so fun to see. That's a Printing Goes Ever On miniature with our new, brand new ship there. And I do believe that ship was almost entirely dry by the next day. Just like we were talking about. So again, here's the other part of that ship, and of course all of our fabulous little shields right there. Yeah, Doji work has definitely been kind of up tempo there for you, hasn't it? By quite a bit. Yeah, so Elite, let's. Oh, yeah, his Dalvin Cook is his older brother. When they were talking about that, I said, well, he's not quite as small. I thought, well, maybe there's obviously that's not the least. That's not really the least common name ever. So I thought, okay, maybe that's just somebody else that happens to be named Cook. There's some lighter color in there for him for his eye. So yeah, Doji, hopefully, like you say, work kind of gives you a little more time to be able to do that stuff. I know you've been doing a lot of garden stuff too. I know that's been kind of a big summer project there for you. No. Let's go back over here and get some of this stuff. Doji, yes, indeed. That's for sure. Now, of course, I don't know if anybody has gotten the new Rise of Angmar book. That did show up. Also, the miniatures showed up too. Yeah, it wasn't just a book. The miniatures showed up. I was not expecting those. I really got the impression that the book was going to arrive, and that it could be another week plus before the miniatures got here. So we might be doing some of those on stream as well. You can see, look at the difference. Here's another Medbury one. So look at you can already see the differences here. And again, this was a traditional, I guess if you want to call it traditional pre-glaze. All right, where did my brush just go that I was using? I think it's this one maybe. Gonna try and actually darken up some parts of the hair here. Now, hopefully, folks are going to be able to do some fun stuff over the weekend. I'm hoping to. There's a couple of things I would like to be able to get prepped to be able to try and paint over the weekend again. Maybe if I can get those things based, that would be the Tovale Arnor stuff. I mean, I already know the basing scheme, right? We're fairly familiar with it. So that's might be something that I try to do tonight. Either that or no, yeah, because I think maybe Saturday we'll do some more of our Mahood riders because it's college football Saturday, right? Give me a little bit of that yellow in there, and we're gonna start thinking about our freehand design also. There's an awful lot of stuff kind of in the way here. I'm going to just start out sketching that circle. Little circle there. And then we've got ourselves this part that comes out of the design here. Like so. This has to, remember, it's got to follow the undulations and folds here of this cloak. So it's that does mean sometimes distorting the pattern to again follow the cloak. I've got those new Dull Amaranth figures printed out. I also want to get those on bases. Does that? We'll have it come out like so here. And this really is impacted by the undulation over here. One of the things you can do when you have a cloak like this, or any of banner, whatever, horses parting that has a lot of undulations like that, you can really try to A, simplify the design, B, try to make sure that the most recognizable parts of your design are in the easiest area to put them. Right? Like some of these distinctly identifiable areas of the freehand, those are going in very specific locations. Yeah, so elite, again, I'm not expecting anything spectacular, but anything that's not lousy is, well, again, that's just an extra bonus. Like we were talking about elite, right? I mean, okay, you make the playoffs, you lose in the playoffs. At least you were there. You can't learn how to win in the playoffs if you never make the playoffs, right, elite? And sometimes teams that, well, like like the Bulldogs, of course, that's a team that has been in the playoffs now several times. I mean, they did win that premiership back in 2016, and obviously they've made a couple of very, what would you say, ungraceful exits from the postseason. You think, well, they've won it all. Clearly, they know how to win it all. It doesn't always work out that way, right? Right, elite. A little bit more than okay. There we are. So yeah, elite. Remember at first I was thinking, maybe do we go each guy basically a different color scheme, just more like our hobbits. And then I thought, no, well, let's kind of have them somewhat. I don't want to say the same, but that sort of ultramarine-ish blue with the white. And I'm really glad I did it because it goes well with the ships, doesn't it, elite? Just seeing them on the boat like that, and that's the first time I've seen them just placed on the boat was when we started the stream here. So it's pretty satisfying to see that, and obviously, hopefully this coming Monday, we'll be able to get the second ship painted up. I think now that I know, what we're doing color-wise on those, I think the second ship might uh, might be a little bit easier, a little less time to paint. Now you can see we're starting to get that lighter yellow in there. We're gonna move on to another area here so that paint has a chance to set. I'll see you later there, Grey Wolf Studios. Thanks for being here. And again, I'll shoot you a little message, see how you're doing. And of course, as always, Grey Wolf, just hoping that things maybe just mellow out just a touch. Now, you saw at the very, very start of this, doing our standard pre-glaze, you saw we were using an example of the One True brush. Now that particular one was, how shall we say, not terribly beat up. Where did you go? Yeah, so this is the basically 27-cent craft brush that we use to kind of get the ball rolling here. Again, when these things are brand new, they tend to have a pretty nifty point on. Let me see what we can do point-wise here. So there you go. So see, that's got itself quite a nice little point. Now, of course, they start to see a little more action, right? Then, oh no, this one's better. Yeah, and they start looking like this, right? A little more frayed, not quite like so. Then we start to use them for sand and gravel and everything else. Well, then they start looking more like this. And this spatter brush, stipple brush, and that's where we use it for things. Here's our T3485. So on this end, this is the stipple end here, I think. Is this the spatter end? Yeah, that's the spatter end right there. So again, we can use it to spatter, or you can use it for stippling. I was just using one of those craft brushes for doing water effects, everything else. Now these handles, they have changed colors over the years. Originally, they were actually green. They've been red, they've been blue, they've been gray, but no matter what, they are always the one true brush. So again, that's the original color. They come in a package of 10, no, package of 12. Now the price has risen to the astronomical $6 level. But yeah, this is the brush. We even were painting just some of the regular parts of the figure with that. Let me see if we can find ourselves one of these new packages here. There you go. So yeah, $6, 12 brushes, and you can see they got themselves not a bad little point on them, right? Not the worst point ever. I use them for acrylics, for oils, all the stuffs. So good night there, Grey Wolf Studios. Have yourself a fantastic night. We're gonna go a little lighter with this here. Now we also have to think about the orange that's gonna go on our Eye of Sauron in the middle there. More of our light along those edges, along there. We will probably come back with our dark to take some of that stuff away. Yeah, I think we'll do some of that. Oh yeah, these things. It's like I knew there was something else that kind of needed some of this. That would be this clasp here on the cloak, like that. And again, everybody please give Lethal Shadows Gaming a follow too. Let's not forget that. Oh good, I do have some of my violet sitting over here. Now this is going to be interesting. This very light yellow color and violet together, that makes a very kind of a dirty light gray color. Be good for Nurgly stuff. Yeah, Nurgly skin tone. This would not be too shabby for something like that. Ah, there's another rivet down there. All right. Also, too, we need to get more of the, it looks like some of our light tone down here. Can't let that mix with what's there. Like you do. Blending that. Essentially, this brush is turning into a blending brush. I'm gonna see if I can't get me something even lighter on some portions of our metals out there. Now, what about, I'm gonna go back to where's my purplish gray here. I almost forgot about this part of the skin color here. There's my light white. Well, not that much Terra Rosa. Backed away from that Terra Rosa just a little bit there. Then we will come back into this. I think like Perline Black. That's our very dark green. And we'll try and get some of that on the, I think on that chin here. Yeah, there it is. And actually mixing that with our skin tone here kind of makes it a, well, for all intents and purposes, a greenish brown gray. Mix in some of the indigo, some of the, or no, sorry, that's the Payne's gray, Van Dyke brown. I want to give him an eye there too. Nah, it's got too much thinner on it. We're going to take some of that thinner away. Looks like that had a little too much thinner in it. Hey there, AD and Landrast. Nice to see you there, Landrast. So Landrast, I don't know if you saw the latest printing goes ever on. I was very surprised to see all that Candish goodness there, Landrast. That's printing up literally right now as we speak. Well, some of it is. I could not get it as the second build plate made. Obviously, we'll do that after the stream and have that print overnight. So everybody, please give AD Creations a follow. Of course, AD, you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Yeah, Landris, I didn't see any of the promo for that stuff, so I was caught completely by surprise till the email showed up. Now, of course, I don't know, probably 90% of it doesn't have supports. The temple is not done yet, so there's not a bunch of it really ready to go. But the big thing was the chariots, because I do realize that the Candish kings, they really need to be on a chariot that looks a lot different from the other ones. And of course, well, he tends to believe in not making things look like GW. So we're only going to have like 24 chariots for our Candish army, which is about 24 more than most folks use. Yeah, Landrast, that's kind of what I've been doing lately, but obviously the Candish stuff here had to strike while the iron was hot, so to speak. So again, everybody please give AD Creations a follow. And of course, AD, you want to share anything in the chat, definitely go ahead and do that. Now I'm hoping that the asphaltum, yes, okay, that's the asphaltum, some of the white mixed together here. Let me see if we can't give him some teeth there, maybe. Back to that asphaltum a little bit. Try to lighten up that beard a little smidge more here. Lighten that up. So AD, the glow in the dark stuff, that was really, you hit the fluoros with the just the right color light. It gets really interesting, doesn't it? And of course, again, AD, you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Let me hit that too. There. That might be a little too light there. On that deck. Yeah, AD, I'm glad that you could have a blast with that. Now I'm going to try and get me into some of our green here. That is the radiant green. Maybe touch more of it on that mooring cleat there. A little bit of light down there. So everybody please check out that link that AAD Creation just shared. And well, AD, let me see. Will you be doing a stream tomorrow? All of a sudden, I was thinking that today was Friday. And I realized I don't think today is Friday. Not just yet. Well, it is now. It is Friday. It's 12:08. So see, I was technically right. Nope, that's not the asphaltum. Now there's some. Again, we'll put some of this into the hair, see what we can do with it. because I do want it to be a slightly different color than what we've got going on with the cloak here. I might also be able to work some of the orange in now to the cloak. Nah, well, sorry about that. Actually, you know what, AD, it was just, it only just occurred to me. We obviously, we talk about our college football a lot here. I wasn't sure if the location where you are at is close enough to, well, it sounds like there could be some Friday night football and a bunch of high schoolers heading over there. So that's what made me think of it there. AD is I'm like 10 p.m. whole bunch of kids Friday night. That could be after some Friday night high school football. Could be wrong. It's just I know that I always thought of that as more of a Texas kind of a thing because we really never did the Friday night football here. Some of our Payne's Gray, little bit of the Mars Black mixed in as well. Yeah, trying to sharpen up some of these areas here. That would just be our Eye of Sauron right there. Ah, okay, AD. Well, that is an unusual time. I have to say, for that particular group, that seems it's an interesting time there. Well, good luck with that. And that certainly could be, as they say, interesting. Move this down a little further, and then again, I want to try and get some of the orange in there. And we'll work in some of our more of our dark down into the shadow areas of the cloak there. Sorry about that, AD. I know that you're kind of having some fun working on that, making a lot of progress. I hope that doesn't, keep you away from it too long. Oh, there we go. That is the Naphtol Scarlet Indian Yellow. This is not very opaque. I mean, I could have, I guess, brought out the, what is that, our Puro Orange. But I think, well, if we're doing some more of our Farharad stuff, well, we'll be breaking out the Puro Orange again. Oh, by the way, 1 hour 38 minutes ago, are we working on 4 or 5 here? 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, technically 5. Yeah, these said no paint on them 1 hour 38 minutes ago. Again, like we always say, don't blink. If you blink, you are guaranteed to miss something. You will definitely miss something. Need to throw a little bit of this over onto this little pouch here, whatever. We already have some rusty things going on the nails here. Yeah, okay, good enough on that. Good enough there. Getting more of the orange out of that brush so I can try to go very, very light now on the yellow. On our cloak. That wasn't supposed to go down here. Oh, look, it's like an eraser. just like an eraser. Pop in some of that, again, that much lighter yellow up here towards the top of our freehand, where the light's going to hit it the most, where we have the latest part of that undulation. Not too much thinner, right? Because then it'll just become a pinline wash. Pinline washes are fantastic when that's what you actually want. They're less fantastic when you do not want them. We'll have to, I think, get some of our black back into that. But again, just a very, very simple design here. Nothing complex. We put this design on one of the shields on our ship. Let's do this right here. Get a little bit more of our lighter yellow. What is, oh yeah, here's the little star in there. We'll have to come back with, I think with their, yeah, we'll come back with our dark over there. This, ooh, gee, was too much thinner here, so it's try and get some of that out of that brush, and then his mustachio there that needs, I think, a little something lighter. Might even go lighten that. A balance, though, again, of enough thinner to make that paint flow, but not so much that it becomes the dreaded pinline wash. Because again, it can be something you don't really want in certain areas. Catch the light on the top of his hair over here. Nope, gotta come back and refresh that brush. And get, here's the forward section of that ship with a couple of our already painted guys on there. So again, there's that design right there, a simplified version of it. And again, you can see how these guys look, and that sort of grayish brown, but you can see the differences, right? Some parts more yellow, some parts more towards the red, right? And we actually have another one of this guy here. We'll have to be painting him up at some point too. Take some of the paint out of this brush. I want to get maybe some of the ultramarine on here. Nah, that's not really going to be a fabulous blending brush. I'm going to maybe try this one. And I'm going to try and just get a little bit of that here, and then we're going to do a little bit of blending there. So I just threw some of the ultramarine out there, because there was some parts of that where it just maybe got a little too light, a little too fast. Okay, that tones it down fairly well. We have to, there's some laces there on the boots. Laces over here. Yeah, that's all in shadow. I don't think we'll do too much on that. Okay, blending brush. Where you at? There we go. Just a little. We weren't doing this. It was just a little tap, tap, tap. That's all it was. I don't think I ever did the rest of our dark on this halberd, which I think it's at most a pike. It's not really a halberd. But we'll see what they do again with the new rules. No idea. I'm still not convinced that that new book will be out this year, and I don't mean the Arnor book. We have that already. That showed up either yesterday, the day before, whatever. I do believe that's a next year kind of thing. Might be dead wrong about that. Lighter skin again. Ends of the fingers. Ooh, too much thinner. I mean, that really would just become a pinline wash right between the fingers. Ah, it's better. Now remember, this is one of the Medbury miniatures here. We have Medbury and 2 right now. Yeah, I've got actually 3 technically that I'm working on from Printing Goes Everyone, and then a couple of these Medbury ones right here. Touch more of our lighter stuff here on the wood, I think. Yeah, something like that. That works. Back to... Good, we have some of the light there. Nope, we still need to get the light on these fingers here. I mean, nothing... Again, none of this is earth-shattering. Might even want to try and get a few lights on his face here. It's got kind of a sneer type of an expression here. Let me see. That probably still could get a little lighter down there. I think, yeah. A couple more lights down here on that. Maybe some of our rust on that. Not so sure. Not so sure. But just we'll wait and see. Don't have to do that right away necessarily. So kind of a little bit more, yeah, a little bit more of our light there. Come on. On the nose. No, that's too light. That is okay. Because we'll just use that same brush. It's basically a micro blending brush. Then we get back to this greenish tone there. That's something that was missing a little bit right in there. Back to that. Again, that's kind of the asphaltum and the white together. Mustache. The beard. Maybe we try that again. Yeah. I'm gonna start breaking out some more of my fast matte white here. It does even have a still even at this point a tinge of yellow to it. Here, and then we'll come back again with that really dark stuff to try and just really finalize some of our edges here. that's the big advantage of the oils, that ability to essentially erase something. You say, you know what, that just didn't really work the way I wanted it to. That stuff was up here. Top of this lighter. Refine that edge a bit more. More of a star, less of a blob there. Laces there. Couple of light on the boots here. I think I can maybe even go lighter on the highlights on that. Let me see something here. Hey there, Hammond. Nice to see ya. I hope that you are doing well. Happy Friday. So great to see you back. So Hammond, it's been really fun to actually see these guys on the ships. Oh, hey there, Bunko. How you doing? Thanks, Bunko. Appreciate that. Everybody, please give Bunko Buckus a follow if you could. So, Bunko, I think you did another image drop, right, of your experience there at Nova Open. And of course, if you wanted to share anything in the chat there, Bunko, please go ahead and do that. Actually, now that's not the Grand Magus. That's actually, I think, is that Quark's mom? I don't remember. I don't think that's the Grand Magus. So thank you so much for the bits there. There we go. So everybody, please give Bunko Buckets a follow. And well, I guess are you doing another paint hangout with Denethor and Arastu, or have you guys kind of gotten back to maybe playing some games or something now that you're back from Nova Open? Yes, but I did see pictures of shenanigans there. So shenanigans were definitely happening of some sort. Maybe a couple more lights down in there. Little something there. Interior of that cloak. So I'm going to go back to my darker stuff here. Van Dyke Brown. Maybe a little bit of the Mars Black. Not too much thinner. Just enough to have that flow.
So say we all. So say we all.
That's Again, which Denethor is? He's like, you guys. Fantastic. So see, this is kind of why I set myself on fire, and then yeah, and I ran like 800 yards on fire. It was pretty cool. Well, actually, no, it was very warm. Does that mean we have Pyro Denethor? How you doing there, Denethor? Thank you so much. How you doing there, Denethor? Oh, and say hi to Jamie for me too there, Blanco. Actually, oh, that's right. That's what I need to. I haven't had a chance to do in quite some time now. Oh, Star Trek Ascendancy. That's it. Yeah, we do actually have the Ferengi faction for Star Trek Ascendancy. Now, apparently, I guess they're going to be re-releasing that. There's like an anniversary version of that or something that's coming out. And of course, Denethor, if you want to share anything in the chat, I know you got some stuff you could share. You got some Discord links, right? So Denethor, here's check it out with our lads on there, right? Again, that's the forward section of this ship right here. That's very nifty, and I'm this was really fun. I can't get enough of seeing this particular little pose right here. Look at this. So it's yeah, look at that. It's like he's there you go. That is really really fun. Absolutely love that. Oh, thanks Denethor. Appreciate that. So that power up thing, that's yet another new thing there. So thank you so much, Denethor. Appreciate that. Actually, Denethor, weren't we talking about making some memes or whatever, or making? Oh yeah, the new some emoticons that actually had a little bit of animation to them, make it more like a GIF instead of just a little still image there. So thanks, Denethor. Appreciate that. Now, actually, well, is the new game going okay there, Bonko? I know that Jamie's had the new game there at Nova. I believe at Nova. So hopefully the launch of the new game has gone very well. And I can't, of course, I was just about to say it, and now, of course, the name escapes me. It's just like, wait, what? Oh, darn, can't remember. So, yeah, Bunko, glad that you've been able to, it's almost like you're in on the play testing there. Yeah, oop, no, a little more of that over here. Blend that down a little more. Okay, well, we're going to set you aside so that we can do some of the same things on this guy right here. Well, Bunko, hopefully you get a chance to play that. And again, Denethor, you want to share anything in the chat? Please go on ahead. Same thing there, Bunko. So once again, I'm going to work on this. I'm going to get some of those lighter tones in there. You can kind of see what it is that we're going to be working towards here. We said 1 hour 58 minutes ago, all 5 of these miniatures were just primer. They had no paint on them whatsoever. Now we've got free hands and all other kinds of fun things on our miniatures here. Oh yeah, that's right. That will be red there, won't it? Oh, Lacksmith, that's it. It was driving me crazy because I think because oh yeah, I ran across one of my 3D printable blacksmith shops. That's what was making me think of it. Was that, and right now we're actually at Denethor. I'm almost finished printing Dol Amroth. I mean, this thing it's such a it's even bigger of a port city than I thought. Now, I believe it will cover most of a 4x4 table. Actually, it would be the ideal thing to have it, say, set lengthwise on a 6x4, kind of up against the edge, and then obviously you have your Corsairs of Umbar ships, right? Kind of have to maybe defeat one or two Dol Amroth, like the last couple of Dol Amroth ships or whatever, guarding the port, and then they come in there, and then there's quite the Donnybrook in the docks. See what I did there? Everybody check out that Instagram link that Denethor just shared. And again, Bunko, you want to share any stuff in the chat, please go ahead. So I'm just glad that you could have lots of fun at Nova Open. Now let's get some of our. No, that's a little too much there. We already have the dark in place, so we can take some of that away. Need a bit of our light there on that axe. Some of that over here. Oh, thanks, Bunko. Appreciate that. So, everybody, please be like Bornson and check out again that fabulous link to Denethor's painting there. Now, at a certain point here, I think in maybe like 15-20 minutes, we'll get a little bit of a refresh on our medicine. So, thank you so much, Bunko. Appreciate that. We will have to get some of our rust on this too. Now, I'm going to try and inject a little bit of our greenish gray here onto the boards. Because remember, wood really not brown. It's always more of a grayish color. Various forms of gray, but not really all that brown necessarily. And these also have had a little touch of green on them too, and on some of our other guys here. So that's a little bit of the radiant green that is mixing with what's already there. Oh, hey there, Ryan. Sorry if I missed you earlier, Ryan. Geez, Ryan, if you want to share your stuff in the chat, please go ahead. Wow, Ryan, sorry if I missed you earlier. Holy smokes. I apologize. Ryan, hopefully you got the images. I did actually snap I think it was all the violet ones, and I'll try to get those cropped down and sent to you tomorrow. Okay. Oh, that's good, Ryan. You had me worried for a second there. It's like, oh my goodness. Didn't mean to miss you there. Well, hopefully those were very fun. So yeah, Ryan, I've been showing what the ship looks like, at least with these guys on there. I'll maybe try to get it glued together tomorrow, although it is kind of nice to be able to. It's a little easier to handle it the way it is right now, at least for getting on stream. Everybody, please check out that Instagram link there that Ryan just shared. So some fabulous oil painted miniatures right there. And I get the same reason, right, why we're charging through these tonight. Again, here there's these 4. There's another one that I've got the pre-glaze on. So yeah, these 4 guys here 2 hours and 3 minutes ago had no paint on them whatsoever. So everybody, please check out that Instagram link that Ryan just shared. I think that's the right one right there. Let me see if I can get some of my skin tone on him here. We will also get some of the greenish gray working it. We also have to have some red for that sash, which means I'll probably get some of get some of Perline red out here. Better be careful about so AD, I was telling folks there earlier the story that, okay, I walk out of the house, I'm just trying to get a few things from the store. 2 seconds after I walk out of the house, I'm talking to Alberto next door, trying to give him some more of the home repair advice there. And as we're talking about this squirrel comes right up to me. I mean, he was just inches away from me, and he was clearly looking for a handout because, well, George has been he's been giving the squirrels some food, so now they just see a human, they think, oh, that's where the food's coming from. But then I went to the store, and as I'm walking back, I'm at the very end of the block. At least, actually, it was probably more like 55 yards away from where my house is. And I hear this sound, this little pitter-patter of feet on the sidewalk right next to me. And I'm thinking, first of all, if that's a squirrel, that's a really big squirrel for me to hear, like the sound of the tone, the little claws or whatever on the sidewalk. And I look down and it's Lula from next door, who had jumped off the porch and ran all the way down the block to go see me. So that was pretty funny. And then while the next door neighbor and I were on his porch talking, the neighborhood cat literally just strolled up onto his porch and laid down on this sort of soft chair that they got sitting on the porch and just slept there. Might still be sleeping there. It was quite the interesting day in the neighborhood. It was hilarious because he was saying that Lula does not do that for anybody else. There is no one else that Lula runs up to and just will not leave, to the point where I have to really be careful, because if I walk in the house and don't watch you know, who's coming in there with me, Lula will probably end up in the house with me. Thanks, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that. So, Grand Oracle. Well, hopefully you got a chance to see the new Lizard Man basing video. I know it's. Uh-oh. Look at that, Grand Oracle. That's looking a little shy right there. So, hey there, Korakai. How you doing? I could imagine there's other things they're hooked on too, right, Korakai? Probably things even more intense than nicotine. Given that famous video of that rat dragging a giant piece of pizza down the stairs, I would imagine there's all kinds of things they're hooked on. Yeah, AD, it's just that's. I think I sent you the pictures of Lula, right? I think I probably sent you some, because that was literally just the day before. Yeah, that was just yesterday. It's pretty hilarious. I'm trying to find out if they are actually going to do that block party. While I would love to set up horseshoes, I don't think we're going to be able to do something like that. So I thought, well, maybe I just get the stupid beanbag things, but then we paint Lord of the Rings theme stuff on the beanbags, on the wooden things. Hey there, Nerifel. So Nerifel, hopefully, actually Nerifel, if you wanted to share the link on your Creature Caster fig there, please go ahead. And of course, Nerifel, that's looking good. I hope that you're still relatively happy with your progress on that. I know there's a lot of work to it and such. No. I think some of this, mix it with that. Let's get some of these fingers going here. Yeah, like so. Perline red. Oh, these are all for schmizzled here. It might take me a little while to find the perline red. Is that it? Nope, that's cadmium red deep. That's naphtho red. Eventually, you know what? I'm just gonna throw this out there, because I haven't really had a chance to use this very much. I mean, oh yeah, that's right. This one was well, it's not perline crimson, but I think this one was kind of neat here. Yeah, Nerifeld, I know because I was asking you about the one torch there, right? And that whole thing of, well, do you go with a little bit of source lighting from it, or not a bunch, or do you kind of go strong with it? That's almost like you have to kind of go really strong or kind of very subdued on something like that. I guess, that does show up there a little bit. Fine. All right, we'll set you to the side. Does this have any? Nah, no sash there. Try and get some skin tone on here. Again, these are from the printing goes that were on. So everybody, please check out those work in progress images there from AD Creations, and everybody, please give AD Creations a follow. So AD, sorry that you won't be able to do your stream with all the guests that you're going to be dealing with there tomorrow night. Yeah, let's get some more of our lighter skin tone on there. Also here, you know what? I think I might just go ahead and do that. Let me just grab some more of this rose madder here. Wasn't initially what I was going to do, but that's what we're going to do now. That's good. So AED Creations will be hopefully doing a stream on Sunday. You know what? I'm going to do the dark. Let's when in doubt, make things darker. Let's do that here. Redefine a few edges, of course. Like that. Blending brush. There. Okay. There. Down that way. You know what? Let me get my. That is the one of those reclaimed earth colors. Get that scabbard darkened down a little bit. Radiant green. Not too much thinner again. On this, well, I guess we'll call it armor. Now the interesting thing about printing goes over on and that new Candish stuff that he did, he's essentially got the pajama versions, but then he's also got armored versions. Oh, that's it. Yes, I printed out some of the werewolves. I don't think tomorrow because they would have to cure over or dry overnight tonight. I'm thinking maybe for the Saturday stream, maybe we'll be able to paint some werewolves. Oh, it is. Well, it is getting to be close to October. We'd be getting sort of a down payment on Halloween with some werewolves. I guess especially since the again the Rise of Angmar book is in my hands now. So yes, maybe. It definitely won't be ready for tomorrow. There's no question about that since it's still printing right now. But I do think I could get those cured tomorrow. And, well, let's put it this way. The basing is very easy. They're essentially already on bases. Now, what was not already on bases were all the Lizard Man figures that are part of the newest Patreon tutorial. Again, that just went up on the page today. Actually, just a few hours before the stream. So Grand Oracle, I don't know if, well, I'm guessing that scouts and swimming are both really, well, swimming has to be really picking up now. So sorry that things are just so extra busy there. And of course, everybody please check out Ryan's Fallout miniatures. They're really fantastic. And they're all painted with the oils. So yeah, Ryan, I'll try and get you that next batch of the images. I wanted to kind of make sure before I send you a billion of them, where you say, yeah, maybe could they be slightly bigger, slightly smaller, or a lot smaller, whatever. Sorry that those are really starting to run. Just something told me, Grand Oracle, that it just this time of year, both of those things were really going to be picking up steam. So sorry about that. So getting there, I feel also too maybe at a certain point, step away from that creature caster one. Just do. Obviously, you got your Eldar project and stuff also too. Maybe at a certain point, just say, you know what, we're going to set this aside. We'll set it aside, and then we'll check it out in a week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks, and maybe just have a chance to see it from kind of a new viewpoint there. Yeah, there's parts of it that you might actually kind of like more. There's parts of it that you might like even less. But at least maybe you'd have a chance again, kind of get a little different perspective on it. Geez, I have to actually look at the college football schedule to see what kind of matchups we have. And of course, this last week, it was not the marquee matchups that provided the entertainment now, was it? Do we have another NIU versus Notre Dame upset on the horizon this Saturday? That's good, Nerifel. That's good. I'm glad you have a second thing going on there, so you can just kind of refresh a little. Of course, AD. That's what all the NIDs have been for, right? Like you said on stream, something that can just be more of a quickie type thing. Little palette, literal palette cleanser. Huh? See what I did there? Yes, indeed. The Wampleville Comedy Club is always open. I want to see if I can't get that a little later down there. Okay, again, there we are. And let's see, what are we at here? We're at the 2-hour 19 mark. And again, we are working on 5 different miniatures. This one just happens to be from the Printing Goes Ever On. So sorry that there's all of the it's bonkers with the bots there. And everybody please also check out Armored Wolf Productions. Armored Wolf, the most fantabulous moderator on Twitch there. Go check out Armored Wolf Productions for all of those fantastic leather products there. I mean, we talk about the dice bags all the time, but again, there's all kinds of fantastic things on there too. Journal covers, barrettes, you name it. You know, I'm gonna try and get a little more of that. Ooh. Let me just put some of that on the hints over here. Okay, now I think we've toned it down a little. Back to my green again over here. Ah, that's good there, AD. Especially like you say, you also end up sometimes. But by the time that workday is done, you're fairly tired, and maybe something like that that's a little less involved is kind of the perfect thing for after a really hard day. Trying to catch a little bit more of that sort of wicker texture there. Some of these guys need to be lighter. I just want to make sure that we are on screen for you here. No, I'm going to maybe get a little more thinner into that. Ooh, that might be too much. Ah, just right. So it flows very easily, but doesn't become that pinline wash, which would just wipe out all of the darks in this area here that we tried to establish early on. Again, we did, oh yeah, Grand Oracle, these were standard pre-glaze. The gray, right, just the gray, and then a simple sort of Van Dyke brown-ish over the top, and that's it. Yeah, Grand Oracle. When I first started here, it's a bummer that Grand Oracle's not here because we don't do necessarily lots and lots of traditional pre-glaze, at least not en masse like this on our streams. And Grand Oracle, I think you saw what I've been trying to hold up the ships with the miniatures on them, and that's really worked out very well. These guys are going to work out very nicely on the ship, well, on all of the ships. So yeah, here's the guys on the bow section, right there. So they worked out really nicely, and again, the blanks and everything kind of work well with the deck there. Oh yeah, I can't quite reach that bust, unfortunately. I was gonna try and go over and reach that for you there, Grand Oracle. Actually, Grand Oracle, I've been using that Payne's Gray ever since. I mean, part of it is to conserve on my indigo a little bit. But yeah, actually, for the last several streams, Grand Oracle, I have essentially been using the Williamsburg Payne's Gray as if it were indigo. And that's been kind of fun, I have to say. Trying to get a little life into that. There we go. I'll try to get a little bit less of the burnt or the umber color there in the face. Okay. And the fact that there was a decent amount of staining in that too, I have to say, Grand Oracle, that was kind of that might have been one of the biggest surprises. And Grand Oracle, as I've been actually taking pictures of all of the color charts, literally every single one that we've done, as part of all of the various color theory and oils and some of the other episodes, like the painting bust or whatever. There are going to be some colors that you see again making kind of a bit of a return. Grand Oracle, it's mass. It's more blue than indigo. You can even see it here on. Look at that. And of course, you certainly saw it on the color charts, right? So yeah, I've been taking pictures of all of the color charts. I did the reds yesterday, and and the violets today. There's a whole section on a whole bunch of the blue, and then there's a bunch of different ones for obviously things like Payne's Gray. There's some specialty ones where say we were trying out all the different Mars colors and comparison. All right, thanks Ryan. Appreciate you being here. And again, everybody, please check out that link that Ryan put. Actually, Ryan, if you wanted to post your link one more time before you head off to sleep there. Oh, it's 1 o'clock. I didn't realize it was 1 in the morning. Well, this is Thursday after all, so the stream tends to start a little bit later. Well, we're also 2.5 hours into the stream. Again, I appreciate everybody being here. We've had ourselves a few raids already. I wonder if Cap and Kaylee are also streaming tonight. Not sure. Let's just getting back to my reference over here. So yeah, it's 1 o'clock here now in the morning. Lots of lots of surprise files, Grand Oracle, like all of the printing goes ever on stuff. He didn't just do New Candish Minute, he did the Chariots, and you'll certainly be seeing those on stream. You'll definitely be seeing those New Candish Chariots because I'm going to use those to represent the different kings. Because having had those guys out on the table, it was much more difficult to tell the ones that were the Candish kings apart from the regular ones, which that says to me, okay, time to have something very distinct. And well, those the ones from the printing goes ever on. Those are very distinct chariots, at least from all the other ones. I try and get their light here. I will be very curious to see what that temple looks like. Landrast. Now, I don't know if it's like one of those kind of mega structures, like say his Orthanc or his Barad-dûr Tower is. Nah, that's a little too... There we are. I'm going to get a little bit more of the skin tone on that, I think. Darken this down a little more. There. Maybe even along here. Well, we ended up losing the either, so we'll try that. Get our light back in there. No, not right now. We'll give that a minute or two to set first. Never did get our dark all the way over there. Yep, yeah, I'm gonna actually put some down here on the... Oh yeah, we could go a little darker down there. Well, not there. Oh look, it's like an eraser. Landrast, did you get about 14 pieces into that before you said, well, we're going to need half the PLA known to humankind to be able to finish this thing? I know it was somewhere between 11 and 14 pieces, right? And I know you were experimenting to try and use a different infill. Oh, different quality settings, that's right. On those massive, where like the top of it, right, that was the only part that had texture and all the rest of it was just infill. Yeah, Landrast. I have a feeling it's actually going to be easier to store this entire, basically, Dal Amroth city than it would have been Helm's Deep because it is pretty flat. It might be really huge. It's going to cover a lot of flat space, but okay, there's like a tower that's not super tall. And what else is there in addition to the tower? Then there's a couple of two-story buildings. That's it. I will have to take a little pick and see is the PLA still at the $42 price or not? Where's that? This, yeah, this guy. So it's some of our lighter red here. Well, it still shows it as being 42, so that's good. I'm gonna see if I can't use some of this here. That's at Hansa Yellow Deep. Now that's gonna let me get a little bit of my fast matte white into this not Fanchon red here. Uh, Back up a little bit to that red. Now that has set. Yeah, okay. Gave that a few minutes to set. Does make it easier to get that lighter red on there. Also gonna try and get some of my some thinner there. Thin this down. Oh yeah, look at that. It sticks on there nice and easy. Now, Landrast, do you have the same kind of a combo plan for this week? Actually, Landrast, oh, I guess there's no movie today. Yeah. I was just thinking, wait a minute, this is Thursday. It's supposed to be movie night here. Now, of course, I actually haven't been seeing, and I've been kind of surprised that I haven't seen any commercials on YouTube or anything like that for the new War of the Rohirrim movie. I suppose maybe about October is when we'll start seeing those. I did see a movie. Well, hopefully it was a decent one there, Landrast. I think you've kind of been pretty lucky the last several. They've mostly been fairly decent, actually. If not, yeah, not even like a meh, but I think a lot of them have been pretty good for you. I want to get me some of the thinner out of that brush. There was just too much there. Good thing we did. That was right on the cusp. Okay, and I'm gonna try and get some of this orange on here, and then some of this deeper red. See if I can. Ah, there we are. I'm glad it was good there, Landrast. I mean, sometimes, right? It's not. It's not always quite up to snuff, I guess, as you could say. Ooh, let me get some of the paint off of that. Ooh, good thing I did that. There. Some of that deeper red over in this spot. That's what it was. I was wondering what was going on with that. We just didn't have that really nice deep red in there. This is our Indian yellow. Some of that naphthol scarlet combined together. Hey, there's surface tension. How you doing? Nice to see ya. I hope that you've been doing very well. Well, good night there, Grand Oracle. See you later. Again, sorry that things are getting a little bit just too busy. And of course, if you want to share your Mastodon link there in the chat, surface tension, all the fabulous oil painted miniatures. Yeah, I get a little bit more of my light on this blade. And oh, that's right, Prussian blue. We leave out the Prussians. That's not gonna make them very happy, is it? So let's get some of that Prussian blue out here on this blade. I was just looking at one of the other ones. And I thought, what is different about these? We don't have the Prussian blue out there. Now we do. Everybody please check out the link that Surface Tension just posted there. So Surface Tension, very excited that printing goes ever on. Unleashed the kind of the early portion of the September files. Actually, Landrest, are you all done printing the Aegean elves from Highland Miniatures? I mean, well, are we ever really done ever printing any army? As evidenced by me printing out more Candace stuff. But yes, more Candace chariots. He also has a Candace yurt that looks substantially bigger than those ones we painted on here a little while ago, which is good because I was kind of hoping for like a bigger one. I guess he's even doing a Candace temple. Okay, yeah, now let me see if I can. We already did. Get me some of this. Oh, back to this green over here. So that's some of the Perline black. That's that dark green mixed with that. And there we go. So a little bit less of the red there, which is going to create more of a contrast with all of our rust. And that, again, is meant to match. Again, this is one of our boats here. This is the first one that we painted up. This is the forward section here. This coming Monday, we will be painting another one of those because reasons. We will be printing out more ships. So Armada Mondays are going to be really huge in more ways than one. It's like Armada Mega Mondays. Okay, that's cool. Again, surface tension. I know I was asking you if you were gonna have to do another one of those trips, and you were saying there could be one of those on the horizon, so to speak. More of our dark here. Is this the Michael Graham? Yeah. There we go. So I just was using this one here again, trying to conserve on some of my other Van Dyke Browns. We did use that in a recent video, not that long ago. Yeah, we're using this. Gonna see if we can't separate those fingers, and then let's get some darks to redefine some of this stuff here. When in doubt, make things darker. Another set of darks there. Now let's see if we can get some lighter skin tones. First let's do this greenish stuff. Let's do that first. That's gonna go in here and over there. Now let's try and get some of our lighter skin tone colors into this if we can. Our not Terra Rosa here. That is the from Richardson. It's that Venetian red. Gotta get some light there. Okay, we're pretty good with the light on that now. Also over here is the ear. Side of his head needs to be lighter too. Yeah, yep, there's some skin tone there. We're going to try and get down on his neck. So surface tension, I did the first basing video on a whole bunch of lizard men. That was the little skink riders on those raptors. And I got a chance to do the carving of the Sculpey again, which I hadn't done on the lizard man bases since probably maybe 2009 or so. Because at first I'm thinking, oh, that wasn't that long ago, and then I went, nope, that is a while ago. That was quite some time ago. A little bit, yeah. With that there, let's maybe use this as a blending brush. Let's see. Just push that around a little bit. A little lighter with the skin tone here on the fingers. Here. His schnoz there. Upper part of that cheek again. Then, oh yeah, down on the boots here. I think his boots are very much the same as our bosun there. Oh yeah, let's try and lighten up this. Well, I'm going to get me some more fast map white out here. I think that'll just make it a little easier. A little more of this. Now, I didn't see the new OPR release their surface tension. It's kind of funny. It's probably, if they're little skinks riding them, then that was what I was actually basing. And actually, it was I had the GW ones that Armored Wolf had prepped for me, and then I also had some. Geez, I can't remember where they come from. I still have to go look and find them on My Mini Factory. I think that's where I got them from. No, we never did do any of this back here. Okay, I'm just going to let that mix with what's already there, and that's the pre-glaze. We are still mixing with the pre-glaze from 2 hours and 45 minutes ago. Now, I guess surface tension, is that something that you might want to be doing maybe down the line there? Is this getting some of the OPR lizards? And I guess the next question is: have you actually had a chance to actually play those armies that you were making? I know it can be a big challenge to be able to do that. Trying to try and schedule that stuff. Don't want to get a little too fat of with the lighter stuff there. I'm gonna be coming back with darker things anyway here to kind of reconstitute some of these lines and edges on this padded armor here. More here. A little something there. And here we are. Let me try. That might be. Oh, there we are. Yes. I'm going to use some of the Mars Yellow Deep here. Some parts of the planks. We never did get the rust on this, so we will take some of our darker rust color here. Try and create, again, that pin line wash type of situation, and blammo, there we go. Yeah, it's the darndest thing, right? You know, actually, what keeps showing up, and I think we talked about this surface tension, is all I end up seeing is Native American stuff. Like, it doesn't even understand the term. Believe me, that's not what does. You know, if I'm looking for just nativity figures on Amazon, well, it's no problem finding them there. But boy, oh boy, on My Mini Factory Cults 3D, it's impossible. It's a crazy. I don't know what's up with that. Trying to again working a little bit more of that Mars Yellow Deep, which is sort of a de facto yellow ochre. Ooh, hopefully it's not going to be. No, that might be too late. So I'm just going to use that down here first, and then try. Oh, let me do this with our blending brush. There we go. Just taking a little bit of that away. Some of that here. And here. Now we'll, yeah, I'm just going to roll with the asphaltum here again. People take that out a little bit, that light that's there. Let me try this again. Maybe even with this. To try, yeah, that's what we, okay. Now the mustache looks like it's making a little more sense. Yeah, surface tension. I actually had better luck with the Christmas cookie cutters. I actually found a nativity scene Christmas cookie cutters, and tomorrow I'm going to try and see if I can't get some of the some more of the ingredients that I'll need for making the cookies. Let me get that hit right there. This too. So those, but we'll see how well they work. I also printed out a whole bunch of cookie cutters, some Halloween themed cookie cutters, and then of course those Lord of the Rings ones. Looking forward to trying those. Not quite sure, they might be a little bit thicker on the edges than, say, a metal cookie cutter. So it could be, I don't know, we might have to, ironically enough, file those down or something to sharpen the edge on them. That's okay. Now I'm starting to feel a little bit better about how that is working. The eyes were just not quite defined enough. Now I feel like they're more defined. We have these little kind of throwing daggers here. Try and hit those too. Where's my blending brush? So get that toned down just a little smidge there. Back to the dark here. Let's leave that one alone and let's get to number. I'm gonna go back to this one here. Thanks, surface tension. Oh, well, you can never have too many of those, right? You can never have too many of those. Nice to see you again there, Thranuel. Happy Friday. Let's see. Well, 1:27 here, so at least it's not too early. I'm assuming maybe you're commuting to work right now. Either way, I hope that the morning has been good. Great to see you. All the way back here more towards the fast mat weight itself. Gonna break this down. And then try to do the eyes in here again. Like that, and maybe even a little bit on some of the skin tones there. Thranuel, I don't know if work schedule and stuff has allowed you any time to be able to do any miniature painting at all. The one thing that we really can lighten this up again. I just had to let that paint set there. Right, it was not really wanting me to be able to put too much on there. I just needed to give it a few minutes to set. Here, we're also going to try and drop in a few more lights over there on that part of the, well, I suppose you could say armor, such as it is. Hey, Carrick, nice to see you again. Sorry about that, Thranuel. Yeah, that's going to make it a little bit, well, unless you just want to not sleep, that could make it a little difficult for working on miniatures. Let me pull this over the top here. Maybe a smidge lighter on the hair up here. Guess we could go a little later on that. And now, oh yeah, here on the base itself. Little of the asphaltum mixed in with that too. We'll do that plank. Now I'm going to get more towards the yellow here. That would be our Mars yellow deep. Essentially a better version of yellow ochre. So Kirik, great to see you. And yeah, Thranduil, like Armored Wolf says, hashtag no sleep in Wappleville. There is quite literally no sleep here. Push that over to the side there. And we'll throw some more of that light over over here on the edges of these. And a little something on the boots there. I'm going to use, here, let's just use some of that to get some of the lighter rust on these. Then on this guy, maybe. And of course, remember, we did do our pre-glaze on this one as well. So is that not really a sash, more of a belt there. Let me try and get some skin tones out on him real quick here. A blending brush, just gonna push those around. Again, hashtag no layers, right? That is gonna mix with all the darker colors, including the pre-glaze. Which means now I don't have to be glazing in any of those greenish grays or whatever. They're just kind of there now. Kirik, I'm glad that those arrived. Kirik, remember all the color charts we were talking about? I was actually snapping pictures of those that eventually, my hope is that they'll end up on this website so that folks can just go and look up various color charts from different episodes and different videos. And of course, Kirik, like we were suggesting, right? Maybe the very first thing that you try is just one light color, one dark color. Nothing too elaborate. Yeah, here. Hopefully that's not too much thinner in there. Not really, no. Looking to just get some of the lighter stuff here on the arms, on his head. Let me see. 2 hours and 59 minutes ago, these 5 miniatures had no paint on them whatsoever. And this is the reason why we're able to slam through these so fast, because there's no painful layering. Right? There is no, okay, well, we did that layer. Now we're going to mix another color and paint it on top of that color. Then we're going to mix another slightly different color and paint it on top of that color. As you can see, that's dramatically later, right? We're not going a little bit along, we're just really pushing it. Just going to try and get him some eyes real quick here. Now, if we're going to be painting our ships, we have to make sure we have enough crew for them. And And the Corsairs of Umbar are basically it's a horde army, so you need a lot of them. They're a bit like orcs. They're like orcs in pajamas with tight shiny pants and buckles on their shoes like pirates do. Because of course, here let's get some more of our light going there. Maybe a little more light on his finger down there. And up here. Also there. Also, again, we'll come back with our darks in this too. When in doubt, make things darker, right? And this now we're going to go a little bit lighter with some of this green here. It's got a whole bunch of rope around him. Oh yeah, that's right. Let's get his little spear going here. Back this way. Now, is it going to be quite as crazy as it was a few years ago during, say, 2023, with that kind of a really intense, insane work time frame? I mean, I know just being anything near that is going to be that's going to be no fun, but hopefully not quite what it was back in 2023 or 22. I think it was really more 22 than 23. Gotta figure out what we're doing with his boots there, and we're just gonna keep it with again a little bit more of that kind of yellow almost. The top of that spear. Over on this side too. And then over here. Yeah, sorry about the voice. We might have to do a little quick trip to refresh the medicine, so to speak, because we're almost out of medicine. A very sad situation as always, to be out of medicine. So here, look at that. We're just, boom, blending brush, boom. Hashtag no layers. Hashtag there's metal. We can make it even more of a bluish tone here. We're going to get some of our Payne's Gray onto that right here. Thanks, Nerifel. Yeah, that's pretty much going to, as you can see, it's getting down there, right? That is getting down to the very last drop. So thanks, Nerifel. Yeah, I think we'll do that in just a few here. You know what? I might even throw that on the... Yeah, here, let's do that up here. Going a little bit of the Payne's Gray up there. We're going to push that around too. Yeah, why don't we do some of that? Around his eyes. There. So that goes from barely any definition all of a sudden. Now he's got himself some nice little darks around the eyes, and we'll kind of do the final restoring on the lighter parts of the eyes. Yep, surface tension. That rum ration, when that reaches zero, oh, mutiny. That's what it leads to, right? Surface tension. Yeah, no more rum ration. All of a sudden, there's mutiny. And of course, now that we have a ship, we can't have we don't want to have a mutiny on that ship. We just we just painted it. Actually, yeah, surface tension. I still have to figure out exactly what it is I'm going to use for doing all the rigging on that. I pretty much have an idea of what it is I want to use. I'm just the search parameters to find it, say, on Amazon. That's what I'm trying to think. I might just have to type in a bunch of things and see what comes up. Hit that too. A little bit more of our light over this way. His ear. Refresh that brush a little. There we go. Nope, gotta refresh that brush again. There we go. Get that ear back. Trying to do a little bit more of the lighter skin here. Also down there. You know, I'm going to try some of the lightest of our white on the pants. I guess I better put some thinner in that too. Well, the other interesting part about this surface tension is that we do too much of the rigging. Will we even be able to get any of our guys on the ship? Because when you look at the pictures of these ships with the rigging on there, you can see how potentially it would be somewhat challenging just to be able to reach in there and actually put any miniatures on the ship. Which, yeah, obviously that's not quite what we're looking for, right? Trying to get a little bit of our rust there, a little more of the asphaltum along the line here. Some of this greenish color again, which does match the ship there. Now, surface tension, now all of those different tutorials that I saw, definitely none of them showed how to do rat lines. So there's no rat lines, and there's really it's a gaff rig, so there's not going to be quite the crow's nest. Whoops, that's the one I'm looking for. So yeah, not the proverbial crow's nest up there, and as you can see, yeah, well, this type of gaff rig, you really wouldn't necessarily need to have the rat lines. So here you can see, here's your bow section. So that's what it looks like with our guys on there. And you can see here, if you've got all these lines here, right, and there's going to be a big old mast here, and there's a sail on there, all of a sudden, well, you won't be able to really see too many guys in there, will you? So yeah, not quite sure how we're going to approach all that. I mean, obviously we haven't even glued the ship together, so we'll cross that when we get there. We just Also, too, have to figure out, are there going to be genuine sails on there, or do we just have them furled? And instead of, do we have the sails out there? Because I think a lot of times this will be in more of a port setting anyway. So I'm not quite sure we would want to have all those sails completely unfurled in a port setting anyhow. Let me see, I'm going to try and get, I think I'll try and do the lighter blues here before I try to get the refreshments here. Again, to renew our medicine. Get a little bit of that ultramarine into this first. And then let that mix with the what's on her that is a little bit more of the Prussian blue. A little bit more of that lighter blue here. And then some over there. Blending brush. Boom. Some of our lighter blue there. Now a bit less of that here. Blending brush again. Now we got more of our blue there. So yeah, what we'll do here is we're just gonna take a quick little chance to refresh. I'll show you these four. We got that other one that we did the pre-glaze on that we haven't really put the lighter colors on yet. So far, 3 hours, 13 minutes. We got these four guys. We even have some freehand on him. But we also have to hit this guy here too. So don't go away. We will return here in just a few moments. We'll be right back. get some colors on this guy. Might just start doing some of this here. Little dry brushy stuff. There. This one, yeah, this one has to also be from the Printing Goes Ever On. All of his stuff, it tends to be, here, let me show you the, kind of like our Denethor here, kind of taller, right, and a little bit skinnier, whereas, well, Diwali, not quite so tall. Oh, that's right. Oh yeah, surface tension. The new, well, I keep wanting to say Fall of Arnor because that's how I always think of it. But the new Rise of Angmar book that showed up, was it yesterday, the day before? So I haven't even had a chance to open that thing up yet. But I resized the werewolves. Those are printing now. Remember those ones from Diwali, and I think it was it Bithron found out that, yeah, they go on 50 millimeter bases, not on 40s like I thought. So I had to do a little rethink there. I mean, it's not like I can't use the other ones that I already printed and stuck on the 40 mil bases for something else. There's some blue in here, almost a little bit of a pinline washi type of a thing. Just gonna let that mix right in there. Plus 2, don't forget we've got the original pre-glaze that's out here. We're still working with that too. That's ropes over there. Wow, we really got to get that stuff out of that brush there. So yeah, these are. I think they're not that many points either. Now, of course, the GW werewolves are somewhere in the neighborhood of $35 a piece. And they're not that big. Well, they're Forge World. I mean, I know, the huge surprise, right? Surface tension. That they would be that ungodly expensive. There was no way I was getting those because, to be honest, I'm not a fan quite of how they looked. I think maybe they were trying to make them look as close to wargs as possible. So they are a little bit like part warg, part human. Whereas the Diwali ones are really more werewolves. And again, kind of like them a little bit better. So that's what we're going to use. I was wondering about that surface tension. Actually, because at first I thought, oh, I think surface tension already had to go walk that hound. But have a good one there, surface tension. And again, I'm not sure if you have that weird alien bright object in the sky, or if it's a more appropriate Welshian pattern of, what was it? Yeah, you have it cold and wet, wetter, or colder and wetter. I'm sure it's really following that pattern just a little bit more. Is there a big old, yep, there is a big old piece of fuzz on the end of that brush there. Let's get rid of that. And I hit the fletching on this arrow here. I'm just going to chuck a little bit of the weight onto this. And then we're going to have to let him sit there. I mean, that's why we're working on 4 other ones here. So that one can just be set aside. Let's get over to this one. We also got to get some of that blue off of the ferrule there. Here, let me try to get a little more of that off with our paper towel here. Ah, there we go. AD, I do believe they refer to it as Welsh wet. It's actually a wetter wet than other wet. Let's put it this way. Actually, AD, I think that Welsh wet would probably drown all those frogs that are kind of hanging out there by your house. Yeah, I think, again, it's a different type of wet. Just like Chicago cold is different than, say, other people's cold weather. Because Chicago cold typically comes with, 40-mile-an-hour winds. I don't know if maybe you've never heard this story of Kathy's dad would always say, there's no such thing as wind chill. That doesn't exist. That's just, that's all pretend thing. Until he came here. Because they don't, their wind, what they would call like a hurricane force wind there. Yeah, we would just call that barely a breeze. And I'll never forget, it was October. And it was about 42, 44 degrees, something like that. And we were just going to walk over 2 blocks to somewhere else. And half a block away, they were begging to drive over there because they were getting the full force of the wind right in their face. And they were none too happy about that. And I said, well, what? There is no such thing as wind chill. Yes, there's wind chill doesn't exist. So what's the problem? We'll just keep walking over there. And that's yep, that is where those 40-degree days, maybe 40, even 45-degree days, feel more like 10 below because that wind is coming at you. Sustained wind. I'm not talking about wind gusts. I'm talking about continuous wind at 35 miles an hour, 40. So yeah, that was just they were like, oh yeah, Minnesota is really cold and everything. Well, it is colder. It is no doubt colder, but even with the conversations I have with Kathy's mom, she says, yeah, it gets colder here, but boy, we don't have that kind of wind. Obviously, they get more snow than we do. But then part of that is just, well, we only have one lake, and that's the only people living there are fish. Whereas there, they have enough small lakes that it can sort of pick up stuff from them and dump that around. So yeah, that's kind of fun again because he would just wear kind of a light jacket in the wintertime, and it would be about 20 degrees or so, which I didn't count because again, there was no wind involved. Now, let me see you wearing a jacket like that when it's 20 degrees and you get the kind of wind that we get here. Do I want to... I think I got the dark underneath that. So I think we're good to go there. Let me see if I can't take some of this green. We've got a whole bunch of... that's it. Yep. There we are. We just basically had too much of that reddish color. I'm trying to just throw a little bit of this grayish green into the mix there. That's going to help a bunch. Actually, I haven't seen Make a genius. Make a genius stream. I would be getting alerts for Mika all day long, but I haven't the last few days. I don't think I've seen any streams. Not sure. Maybe if Mika lives down in the Gulf or something like that. Maybe that's why. I just all of a sudden realized, yeah, I haven't seen him out and about here the last few days. There we go. Okay. So yeah, I think it's very possible that tomorrow is going to be Werewolf Day. Again, getting a head start on Halloween. I think that's what we'll have to call it. I mean, we did the werewolves, so why not do some werewolves? Yep, I'm going to go with a little bit more of the ochre color there on those boots. Now, let's go a little bit lighter in a couple of places with that same yellowy ochre. We got some laces on the boots. Fingers right there on the end of the fingers there. That's good. The knuckles here, also good. Let me try and maybe get them a little lighter here over here on the side. Isn't it? Maybe that's not the right. Not all too light. So, oh look at that. We have plenty of the grayish green left over right there. Nah, that doesn't go there. And well, we already did do some of our lighter rust there. So about we go in the other direction. Oh yeah, that's it. When in doubt, make things darker. We're going to do that here. We are going to do that here. Like so. Also here. Oh yeah, maybe on the top of the axe with Payne's Gray. Yeah, that's the Williamsburg Payne's Gray. What sharpens that edge up nicely for sure. Oh, that's right. Prussian blue. That's what we're missing here too. Prussian blue. Certainly on the top side of this axe. I mean, it would be reflecting some of the sky, wouldn't it? Then let that mix with all the stuff that's already there. And then here, I'm going to take a little more there. That's getting there. This guy needs a little Prussian blue on his little spear. There. Try to get me some lighter skinny tones on him. there. Still gotta give him some eyes too. Yep, a little more light on that. Might have already put the lightest skin tone on there.
So say we all.
Thank you so much, Neshlan. Look at this. We just did a medicine refresh. Plop. There it goes. Thank you so much, Neshlan. Appreciate that. Thank you so much, Neshlan. Appreciate that. Well, Hammond, it's really hilarious. Always to have the respect the Umbar painting, and then have our Corsairs here. Oh, let's get. It's always really fun when we have somebody like this. There we go. It's like, yep, that's that was shore leave. Well, things happen. Things happen on shore leave, right? It's, what can we say? Hopefully they got insurance. So yeah, Hammond. That's Oh, here's the. There's a stern section of our ship there. Again, worked out very well. Get a little here, more of our light on the armor here. Like so. Might have to hit that with a little bit of the some darks as well. And of course, 3 hours 35 minutes ago, none of these guys had any paint on them whatsoever. So Hammond, I hope that the 2D art's been very fun. I'm hoping at some point that we can get back to our flat Thursdays here. Because that would be fun. Now, of course, it's not going to be all that long before we get into our painting our Christmas ornaments. So that might be some flat art by default. Well, until we start painting our planets again. Because planets. Here, get a little bit more of our dark here. There we go. Take this blending brush and just get rid of some of that. So yeah, Hammond, it's so funny when people see the initial pictures and stuff. They're convinced it's going to be a watercolor. But that's how every, believe me, at the academy, if that was not how your painting started, you were going to have yourself some serious issues. And they were gonna come down on you like a ton of bricks. No screwing around in just one little area of the picture forever. You got to be moving around. And that exercise that I was telling you about, where you had to count the brush strokes. You had 400 brush strokes. You could use less. You could not use more. And I would see folks tear through 200 brush strokes doing a tiny little square of the painting, and that's it. And I would say, well, not to make you nervous, but you only got maybe 300 brush strokes left. Maybe you want to start working in other parts of the painting instead of just that little 1 square inch in the corner. Maybe you want to broaden that horizon a little. That's why those the speed painting contests. I mean, it's not. So okay, yes, the painting of the miniatures, right? Painting them fast, whatever. But it really does go back to the academy days, where they said you have this many brushstrokes. That's it. Once you use them up, you don't get any more. Yeah, Denethor, it's a little. It would be tricky because of the way you would count them. Basically, you would go over here to the palette. You get something right here. You get this color here, and then you touch the miniature, and as soon as the brush comes off, I mean that is it, right? So that is a brush. Now the miniatures are so darn small that you could. It would be very hard. I mean, you would have to be doing it yourself. Nobody would be able to do it for you because they just wouldn't be able to see. But it would teach you economy of brushstrokes, wouldn't it, Denethor? And maybe a little bit less overworking of things for sure. Yep, every time that brush came off of their Denethor, that would count as yet another brush stroke. And yeah, that could possibly make a few folks a little bit nervous. Of course, we had a little bit of fun with some of the other participants in the speed painting contest. I think one of the favorite tactics is to. There's clearly at least a half an hour left or 35 minutes left, and someone says, "Oh, there's only 10 minutes left," or maybe there's only 5 minutes left, and that really gets them going. Let me see, which way do we want? Maybe we'll have them looking that way. I think a bit more of the dark there. But I mean, even if it goes over a little bit, right, Denethor, just the exercise itself, I think would be worthwhile. I don't know how much more of the lighter stuff I really do want to actually put on the boots down there. Let me see if I can get something lighter here for that here. And might even go with this. That would be our basically our steel color, right? The Payne's gray mixed with a little bit of our, well, actually Payne's gray mixed with a little bit of the brilliant yellow pale would be nice. Let me try this here again. That's the Payne's gray. It's got a little bit of the yellow in it. It's almost gonna have a grayish green look to it. Couple more hints of our lighter tone in there. See what I can do here for his. I think there's sort of a Fu Manchu, so let me get this darker blue in there. Maybe some more of that over that way. Oh, I didn't know if you wanted to share your link again. I think it was a Discord link, wasn't it? Trying to throw a little more light on that. No. Let me just actually get some of this lighter red here. onto this over here. And back to this one here. Yep, never did get the eyes. Try to do those two. A little bit of the red in the cheeks and not that much. Let's stroll that back a little bit here. There we go. Denethor, unfortunately, it's really not practical at the conventions. Yeah, that's it's the only way to do something like that would be a really long format workshop or something like that, where it would be, say, an entire weekend in a much more controlled environment, I guess, where you would have a whole lot more time. Yeah, it's not really one of those things that works out well. Yeah, here's like a 2-hour class. That definitely not as a 2-hour. It's actually super challenging, just even as a 4-hour one. But yeah, the logistics of it just are not favorable. And well, that's why I kind of just adopted this model right here. Plus, just getting to conventions is not all that easy. And that's the other thing too, Denethor, is how do you get those there? Do you bring little containers of thinner for folks, or do you have little disposable things? I mean, it was no picnic trying to just do acrylic classes either, because well, now you need a whole bunch of jars of paint for them too. But yeah, that's just not really something that's feasible, sadly. Outside of that, again, that really kind of mega project type thing where it would be a big group session, or a big long session where there's days involved. But hopefully the videos are able to give folks a real good idea of what they need to do. I think it's a little bit more unique, as most folks don't quite have the video library, do they, Denethor? Because there are times where it shocks even me to see just how many there are. Okay, yeah, let's get some of this right in here. And a little more of that lighter yellow down here. Where's... there he is. This one here, and back to some of the yellow ochre, and we're just going to use this to do what is sort of a miniature dry brush there. Now back to the asphaltum over here. Get these boots like that. I might just use this for the bow here as well. Not sure how many of the Corsairs just have a regular bow. I thought their thing was always crossbows. I mean, we have a bunch of crossbow guys. I was just trying to at least get as many of these printing goes ever on poses as I could. Yeah, Denethor That was the other thing too, is folks, they might not have any way of getting those things back right home. I mean, for me, that's what I have is the magnetized cases, so that would be no problem for me. But a lot of other folks, they just don't have something like that. So again, I just fortunately, right, we have lots and lots and lots of videos on how to do it, and well, we might have one or two Twitch sessions.
Who enters my domain?
Hey there, Irdican Games, how you doing? Everybody, please give Irdican Games a follow. So, Irid, I hope that your stream was fantastic. I'm sure it was. Actually, Irid, now I don't know if I know some of the stuff that you're working on. You want to kind of keep that closer to the vest, but if there's anything you want to share in the chat, please go ahead and do that. So here we're painting more of our Corsairs of Umbar. Especially now that we've got ourselves a nifty little ship here. And we were painting that on the last stream. So again, some of the shields there on the port and starboard sides. I'm glad you were able to get a little bit of a game there, Irid. So Irid, hopefully all the sculpting and everything else has been going very well. So we're doing a combination of miniatures here from the Printing Goes Ever On and also Medbury miniatures. Here's again, here's some of the, so this guy here that we were working on, he also has some freehand, and then three other ones. So 3 hours and 49 minutes ago, we started 5 of these guys right here, and we're just kind of hammering away at those. Hey, Zelica. So Zelica, we started 5 of these guys 3 hours and 50 minutes ago. So, yep, 3 hours and 50 minutes ago, these guys had no paint. Zelica, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Everybody gives Irdican Games and Zelica a follow. So, Zelica, and I don't know if we're going to be streaming later tonight. Yeah, it's 2:24 in the morning here, Irid. So, everybody, again, please give Irdican Games a follow if you could. Let me get a little bit more. Yeah, let's lighten this up a little. Back into some of the Terra Rosa here. And of course, the Azelica, we did an entire ship on the last stream. So this is the stern section here. Again, that's got some of our freehand and such too. Thanks, Zelica. Appreciate that. Yeah, it's a little bit. It was a somewhat smaller scale from our more recent Armada Mondays. But we're kind of calling them Armada Mega Mondays because the ships are getting bigger, and I actually have 3 of those Corsair ships already printed out and ready to go. I've got a couple of Elven ships that are printed. Actually, one of them is already being painted. And then I've got at least, I think, 11 other ship designs from Printable Scenery, the same guys that did that boat. So we've got plenty of ships, and of course Zelica now with the new movie, and of course the big changes coming to MESPG. We'll see how that goes. I'll see you later, AD. I know it's very, very late for you. So AD, I'll shoot you some messages tomorrow, see how you're doing, of course. Thanks for being here, AD. Appreciate that. As always. And of course, yeah, Zelica, it's finally had a chance to set out all of the miniatures with our Easterling terrain that we've been painting. And I've actually printed out some more even bigger buildings. And then, of course, our werewargs, right? Let me see if I can grab one of these guys here. There we go. And here was our AI reference that we used. And then here is what we ended up with there. Again, with the blood effect, the snow effects, and then, of course, all of the tattoos and such. So that was very fun. And that's just the start. Literally just the start of our Nord's army for conquest. Get a little bit, yeah, a little bit of our dark along that line there. So let's see, we did one of those in a tutorial video. We painted two more on our streams. I think those are about 4.5, 5 hour streams on each one of them. We try to go, nah, maybe not so much with the, let me try this here. Maybe some of our greenish gray color here on these boots. What was weird about those Zelica is, well, having to assemble them because, well, we do a little bit of 3D printing here on the channel, right? And having to print or having to just go back to the standard put miniatures together and realizing just how long it took to get those put together. Wow, that's a big difference from what we're used to. Now we'll take our blending brush here. Some more of the lighter stuff in his hair over here. Might even try to go red on his belt there. Just super quick, nothing fancy. Now let's get some of our lighter blues on him too, maybe. Now, yeah, let's do the lighter blue because we'll have to put some more of our weight out there. That got pretty much wiped out. Let's try this. Here, there we go. And yeah, these were just the standard pre-glaze. We did not use the darker primer method on these. Yeah, Hammond, what was that? I was doing that Council of Miniature Painters, which is virtually a podcast. And that lasted about 4 hours. And over those 4 hours, I was only able to get the 12 Huskarls assembled. Whereas the stream, or whatever before that, it's again another 4 hour stream, I did something along the lines of 70. Yeah, it was over 70 3D printed miniatures, fully prepped and ready to go, in the same amount of time. And I was not really moving fast. That was a real shocking comparison. I mean, I knew there was a difference. That's not the surprise that it was going to take longer, but holy smokes. And actually, those Huskarls, those really weren't the most complex miniatures either. I mean, you gotta factor in mold lines. Just the mold lines alone. I mean, it's not like 3D printed miniatures are just absolutely, well, take it off of the build plate and start painting it. But still, I think way less hassle to deal with by orders of magnitude. Try this again here with some of the more yellowish stuff. Then we'll have to throw some more of our fast matte white out here for sure. Yeah, and well, Hammond, a lot of those Moria goblins, they're just one piece. But trying to get the mold lines off of those things is challenging to say the least. And of course, well, the Warg Marauders are impossible because that's fail cast, which is why I think yeah, Diwali did. Well, I actually still have to print out some more of those Warg Marauders. I got to figure out which release that is from Diwali. Find those files and print up some more. Because I think those would be really fun to have. And not just like one or two. I'm talking like a whole bunch of them. I think that's what a lot of folks don't understand in the current meta of MASBG. Like when I had, was it a dozen chariots or whatever, they couldn't deal with a dozen of them. Two or three, you can sort of handle those. Fine, okay, you shot at a couple of them a bunch of times. You maybe wounded the chariots, maybe even killed one of the guys driving the chariots. That's great. The other 10 or so are just going to run you over like a game of Frogger or something like that. Let me try and lighten this up here a little with the same that red there. A little more light on the straps holding the quiver here. Yeah, I'll probably have to go back and get some darks on the rope. So some more of our lights over there. Now let me hit the boots here before I try and get some of this lighter stuff on the ropes here. But yeah, the pants will have to get some more of our fast matte white out on the palette. Gonna try to hit the ends of his fingers a touch more there. See what's going on with this pouch over here. And that is some kind of strange little armor or something like that underneath the tunic. When in doubt, add some jarring. And we'll do that. Payne's gray, a little bit of our Van Dyke brown here. Trim up some of these lines, I think. Like that. And any more. There. Okay, we'll have to come back and do a little change there. Also gonna have to get some of the light back. Yeah, we don't really have the latest light in his eyes there. So back to some of the later skin tone first. So again, the bunch of these are from the Printing Goes Ever On. There's still a couple of them that are from Medbury Miniatures. And I still will have at least a few more from Medbury that we're gonna try and finish out like this guy. Now a lot of these bases, those were 3D printed, I'm pretty sure, from Asgard Rising. I could be wrong, but it just these bases, they have all the earmarks of the Asgard Rising bases. So here, I'm gonna try and get some of the rust out here. A little bit more of our dirty grayish green here. And that's what we like for our wood. Very seldom you're going to actually see just, well, brown. It's really going to be more shades of gray. Thanks, Herman Wood, for posting a link to the Patreon page. We just posted the opening episode of Army Painting Series 43. Yeah, Series 43. Each series is 5 episodes long. You wonder why we say that's, there's 2,000 hours worth of videos on the Patreon page. Well, that would be why. Because each video is roughly 2 hours long. Some longer, most shorter, or a lot shorter. And then that's just the army painting videos. Yeah, that doesn't include, like, I was 110 on the workbench episodes, about 50 color theory and oils. There's about 75 basing episodes. I think there's almost 100 episodes on dark sword figures. There's, I think, at least 14 episodes on terrain. There's, I think, 12 chapter studies for our Space Marines. I think we're already up to about 9 vehicle workshop episodes. We have painting small scale, painting busts. We have the printing workshop episodes. We have the, let me see. Oh, a Shatterpoint. That's right. I think we got about a dozen Shatterpoint episodes now. Short version is there's no way you can binge it all because every month I'm usually making another 20 hours worth of videos. So again, good luck trying to binge everything. That is actually, okay, that's more of a belt right there. Let me see if I can scare up some more of our fast mat weight over here. Nah, we'll have to just throw some new stuff out there, I think. Yep, well, eventually we'll have to get some more of our fast mat weight out there. I'm also going to try and utilize some of our green here. That's what we needed. Everything was getting way too similar there. But now we're going to actually get into a little bit of our violet here. It's not going to look that way. It's going to look more like just a gray. So let's see, back in the early about 2001, it was basically Blood Bowl figures. Yeah, some of them were GW, but then even right away we started to get Reaper figures and other stuff to try and use those for Blood Bowl, because at the time Blood Bowl figures were only metal, and there weren't a whole bunch of them. So in general, the first stuff was Blood Bowl. That's how we ended up at that game store, was we became part of a Blood Bowl league. Then there were things like the Golden Demons, and then, well, obviously Lord of the Rings. That game came out, and I was already doing armies for that. And then, of course, by 2007, doing things like Lizardmen armies, Tomb King armies. That was by 2014. Here's our little quickie look at our Lizardman army circa 2007 through 2009. Those scratch sculpted engines of the gods. Of course, there's Sticky Wicket. That's a scratch sculpted palanquin. No, this is Sticky Wicket. That's a baby Babo there. There's Sticky Wicket. And the video that I was just filming yesterday, we were kind of doing bases like that one, where we were sort of carving the Sculpey like that. And of course, again, there's more views of the Lizardman. That is, again, 2007 through about 2009. And then, of course, well, I mean, we've done 40K stuff here. Here's our Dark Elder army. Right, and of course, oh, here's our Blood Bowl team. Yes, the Mimes of Moria. Yes, indeed, lots of conversion on that. That goes back to 2006 right there. And oh, and we did dioramas like the oh wait, no, that's the Great Beast of Golgoroth. They were sculpted. Where's Grod? There he is. There he is. That goes back to about 2004 when I did that. Yeah, I think that was about 2004. Get back to my main screen. There we go. Yeah, 2004, that was the era of dioramas. That was a very interesting time. Get a little bit of this, more of the red there. You see if this is light enough. Almost. Bit more right there. So yeah, then of course there was the Tomb King's army. And that's the other army that we're trying to kind of replicate again with the old world. It's all the 3D printed stuff. Let me get that fast map white out here if we can. So again, that's the Gamwin fast mat white. That'll just go out here. So yeah, this War Sphinx that we 3D printed, basically tried to make it match as close as possible the old War Sphinx from the old Tomb King's army. Now we've got some genuine fast mat weight to work with. That should make a difference on some of these things like his pants here. Oh yeah. Now we can get some nice little highlights on there. This was this was the 5th one. He had no paint on him at all until very, very recently. I mean, outside of the initial pre-glaze, that was about it. See if I can't. There we are. A little bit more of that light into his eyes there. His little bow. He's got no arrows in that quiver. And of course, we're going to try and remake the Lizardman display board. Like this time using things like the foam instead of the foam core. That should be a much better material. See if I can lighten up that fletching a little more. Leave it a bit lighter on that skin tone. Now let me see if I can get some of this here green going in the side of his face right there. Also on that side. Back to some of the lighter color for his face. Nope, that's just his hair, so we don't want that to be any lighter there. Right on his cheek, there we go. Side of his nose a little lighter. Now, let me see if we can do the darker stuff on the eyes. There's one. See if we can do the other one here. Right here. I think we're gonna not. I don't think we need to do too much of the dark on his hair. Let me try and separate a couple of the hairs there. Let me see if I can't get a little lighter edge on this belt here. A little more. And some there. Oh yeah, let's do this side too. Again, this one happens to be printed, 3D printed from the Printing Goes Ever On. And we just, right now as we speak, we are printing up some more. Some Candice stuff, again, that just dropped today or yesterday in an email. That all kinds of fun new Candice stuff. Get this going now. Who knows, maybe we'll, next Thursday we might be painting that new Candice yurt from Printing Goes Around. Depends if it fits on screen. If it's as big as I think it is, it might be a little too large. Might be a little too big to fit on screen here. Again, the only reason we could do the Corsair ship, right, was because that was 2 pieces, and those 2 pieces were just on the cusp of being too large to fit on the screen here as well. Let me see if I can take some of this, again, the fast matte white here, get that into the skin tone. Ah, there we are. It's the one thing I just don't have is kind of that lightest skin color there. Back to this guy over here. Let me see if I can't use some lights here. On his armor, there's little tiny spikes on them. Let me see if I can get some of those. Right there. Might try to get some of the dark around them. We've got the rope here. Might still try to get some darks in on that too. Pull it around this way. Can't see if I can't get these little spikes over here. So where are we at now? So 4 hours, 17 minutes ago, these 5 miniatures, as we said earlier, they were paint-free objects. They had nothing on them whatsoever. Not even pre-glaze. They were just essentially a very neutral gray primer. Primer that we use always is Dino-Res. Generally just brush that on. I was hoping later tonight to be able to maybe just airbrush the primer on our newly based Skink Raptor Riders. Got some more of my green here. And by green, we're talking about that much darker perline black. Oh yeah, this rope here. Oh geez, that's the other thing I've got to do is go on Amazon and see if I can find any kind of string that's going to work well for the rigging on our Corsair ships. I'll try to get that thing glued together tomorrow. Go back to my lightest light here. Maybe some of the really dark stuff might be good on those on his shoulders too. Throw a couple lights onto that. The edge of this spear. Yep, there we go. So looking at that going, that looks a little soft. It doesn't look terribly hard of an edge there. Oh, and these holders here, these miniature holders, they are from Battlecraft Supplies. We've really been using these, and they've been a big help. So again, we say thanks to Battlecraft Supplies for figuring out a way for me to be able to paint things like the Corsair ships, because otherwise I don't think I could have been able to paint those things. Or any of the ships. There's a lot of terrain pieces that I just didn't even try to paint on stream, because there was really no way for me to hang on to them. Because remember, with the oils there, if I'm going to be hanging on to the piece of terrain, that's going to be removing a lot of the paint. We don't want to be doing that, do we? On this boat, we need something a little lighter there. Also going to keep this blending brush at the ready. There we are. That's kind of in shadow down there, so I don't think I'm going to do a whole bunch with that. Where's this one? I haven't messed with this in a while, and let me see if I can get something on the base here. It's more of just a regular old gray there. Not too much I can do with that hand. I don't think we're going to do anything else with the blue there. I might try to reinforce some of my darker lines in a couple of places. Maybe up there on this sort of armored collar or whatever. Might even darken that down a little bit just to hide some of the support nubs. Can use that as a blending brush there. Let's see, yeah, that one can't mess with. Taking our Mars yellow deep. And maybe some of this. Couple little maybe highlights here on the boots. And we have some greens on the boots. Now we've got this Mars yellow deep going on the boots. And then now this one is one of the Medbury Corsairs. We've done a bunch of these. And now actually here's another one we didn't get a chance to hit yet here. This is again another one of the printing goes ever on ones. Back to the Van Dyke brown here, very dark. Little line there. Oh yeah, I'm looking at this guy. I can go a little, like a couple points of light on the shoulders. Maybe we could do that. I just want to hit these throwing daggers real quick again to sharpen up a few things, and then maybe throw a really light on those too. Let's do that here. Since we have our fast matte white going. Oh, then I could actually hit the shoulder pads too. You know what? Let me see if I can rotate it like so. No, let's get a little more thinner on that boy. Too much, it'll turn into a pin line wash and just fill in all this stuff. We want it to be right on the top part of that edge. Figuring out how much thinner is going to get you this result or that result. That's going to take some practice and just going to take some doing. Those color charts really can be helpful to let you know, okay, boy, this paint here, it might not be terribly opaque, but holy smokes, is it really thick? Or the other way around. Gee whiz, that's super opaque, but man, it takes nothing to thin that down. Every paint's going to be a different consistency, even within the same brand. Because Indian yellow is very, very, very different from, I don't know, cadmium yellow. Those are two completely different colors. They're going to handle differently. Ironically enough, they're both really slow drying. Now that's the other thing too, is that various colors will have various drying times. There are some, again, they're more plant-based or whatever, something like, say, brown matter, or something like the oxides, say something like your Mars Reds, Terra Rosa, Mars Black, those things probably not going to take as long to dry. And of course, since we're also not using tons of paint, right, that's the other reason why things should not take forever to dry. Most folks, when they first start to use the oils, though, they run into some extended drying times because inevitably they're just not used to the media and they're going to put a ton more paint than they need to, and that's going to make it take longer to dry. Lots of folks have said, yeah, once I started to get more used to them, all of a sudden things started to dry at a little faster rate. And where's that one black? Here it is. Yeah. So perhaps also can just try two colors. That's Van Dyke Brown and Brilliant Yellow Pale, instead of having to deal with a bunch of colors. Yeah, you start with a few. You can always work yourself up to more. Just make it, I think, as easy as possible when you're starting out. That way it just won't be so frustrating. That might not be the worst thing to do with acrylics either. If you were either, well, again, new to it. Maybe you're just I know some folks they get into painting ruts or whatever. That could be another way to kind of get the painting mojo back. Is to just say, okay, you know what? How's about just do one light color, one dark color. I don't have to worry about warm and cool and high saturated and no saturation. You take that all out of the mix. And of course, too, it's not like, well, now I've just sacrificed a couple of miniatures because they're black and white. You could do, I know someone, he did basically, he literally called it his film noir army. And it was all supposed to be like things from, your old time horror movies, your black and white horror movies. So you could do an army or not a kill, or something, for something that's more of a skirmish type thing. Maybe you just make them all black and white. He even did little signs and everything to kind of, again, enhance that notion that they were essentially from black and white horror films. So there, you're being very productive on multiple levels. I think let me try it again here with the fast matte white on the pants. I'm just breaking that down. I'm gonna get me some thinner into that. There. Yeah, I actually can go. Ooh, I actually can go a little bit lighter there on that sleeve. What about the pants here? Seems that way. Yeah. Yeah, this is one of the Medbury sculpts here. Trying to get a wee bit more of a red, yeah, up on the little sash right here. Boom, there you go. Ooh, let me do a similar thing over here and then right there. That might be as light as I want to go with that red. Let me hit this lady right here. Right on the top of that. A little something on the top of that. And now this scabbard here. Let's change that up a little. Do I need to go? Well, when in doubt, make things darker. Let's try that down here. Especially maybe here where things might be in shadow. The person standing right over the top of it probably should be in some kind of shadow there. Nah, this thing. I never did do the latest light on that. Well, we got our fast map weight over here. Okay, now that stands out from the scabbard. I was thinking, why is this not quite standing out the way I was expecting it to? Because it should be catching a bunch of light. Now that's what we had to do. So let's see. Okay, so 4.5 hours. Again, working on 5 miniatures from the very start to finish. I think this will get me up to somewhere around 30. Corsairs. I'm going to have to do at least a dozen more. Actually, you know what? I'll make this guy be Dalamar. Yeah, I think that might just be Dalamar right there. Because I don't think I have any of them with capes. Yeah. Because otherwise I would have probably tried to do some freehand on him. Now, I don't think Diwali has actually done Corsairs. I might have to shoot him a message that, hey, have you guys done Cors? I don't think so. Yeah, a little bit more of a lighter blue there, and maybe even here as well. Blending brush, like you do right there. Something a little later there. Back to this one. I'm trying to get more of the blue. There's not a lot of space for it. Up there. That sort of helps to separate that a little. Nah. Trying to get more of this yellow for that edge there. Along this edge now. There we are. Trying to also get these crazy planks of wood over here with some kind of light on the edge of them. And I try and darken around the bottom edges of this rope here. Nah, maybe more of a pin line. Yeah, that's it. Gonna roll with more of a pin line approach on that, I think. Make that just a little bit darker. I think we've already, yeah, we got our decent amount of dark there already. And we'll be hitting that with our not blackest black first, right? And then use the blackest black. That's the stuff from Stuart Simple. It's really, really expensive. It's also not the hardiest material. That's why we do the other stuff first. Usually, well, we want the darker primer first, then we do the not blackest black. That's the stuff from, I think it's from, is it from Golden or Liquitex? It is from, I think it's, yeah, it's from Golden. So this is not the blackest black, but this is also much more rugged. We're almost out of that. We're going to have to get ourselves some more of that. Yeah, so we don't have a whole lot left of it. But it's not just good for the base rims, but things like, say, this up here, or our bases, so like our desert bases that extend up over the normal rim of the base. That has worked really well. Things like our Song of Ice and Fire units, where the edges on those movement trays have a lot of surface. That tends to look a little bit nicer there. The idea is that it's so matte, it is so not shiny, that it absorbs light and it looks black only because it's just not reflecting any light. There we go. Now we got our fingers much more established. do a little bit more of our, yep, some more of our dark in there. Maybe try some of the more orangey rust. Even get a little bit of the Mars yellow deep into that. Try and get a little more of the light, and we already did kind of do the lighter rust here. Let's see if we can make this even lighter. No, that's about as light as we can go with that, with the rust there. Maybe hit some of the nails again. We'll darken this down around some of these other nails here. Cut that one again. That was just that. Sometimes the lighter colors, they can end up being thicker than you want them to be. Like that. They were just going to cut that away. I think there was one. Yeah, that was another one of those little extra highlights we added that went a little bit further. Lighter stuff on the edge of that. Now what's going on here? A whole bunch of nothing. I will go back here to the Prussian blue. We'll put a little something on there. We at least need some reflected light down on the bottom of this, but definitely not a sky blue because it's reflecting the ground. Sky, earth, right? Sky, earth, non-metallic. So yeah, here we'll definitely have to get some of our glue on him, because he kind of fell over a little bit and he just is loose. We'll have to get him secured on there again. But hopefully by the next time we're really trying to do anything with him, that'll be dry. I don't know, let me lighten this pouch up a little bit more. Now let's get that green back in there, because that was kind of an interesting, yeah, getting that green in there. It's not super dark. Interesting little contrast to the yellow. Trying to get this belt to stand out. Try this again. And now back to some darker stuff. There's a little wonky print thing going on there that's making that a little persnickety. Now, we've been doing this, oh yeah, with the fluorescence. I'm actually, this is almost a bit of a, believe it or not, a glaze of the ultramarine blue here. Yeah, I'm gonna try doing a video, maybe with a bust or something like that, because it would be easier to see. But stuff like cobalt blue, the cobalt violet, pricey colors, yes. But to see if doing this kind of glaze approach with them is actually a better way to utilize them than kind of how we normally paint. And I've noticed it with the fluorescence, and we did the videos on some lizardmen. That's what got me thinking about it. Also seeing all those color charts. Oh, that sounds good there. Yeah, that always does sound very good. I suppose in the wintertime, right, it's a nice way to kind of warm up a little bit. And in the summertime, a nice way to just cool down a little. Either way, get some of my light there. And of course, Arid, if you wanted to post your Pinterest links, I don't know if you had a chance to do that already. But yeah, post your Pinterest link there. Well, hopefully the stream was also a good one. Arid will be streaming again, the usual Saturday stream, right? 7 Pacific. So everybody, please check out that Pinterest link there. Yeah, Arid, I hope that the stream was fabulous tonight. Actually, Iridican Games, when Iridican Games rated, I thought, well, that's interesting. Because I didn't think you were still streaming at the time. And then I went, oh, okay, Iridican Games. I'm glad it was fabulous. I know, let's see, I think it's been some commission pieces, right, that you've been working on of late. I'm wondering, is that a whole bunch of strapping on there, or is it just, no, I think it's just kind of limited to that one area. I'm trying to get me some of the lighter skin tone on there. A little bit more on his, right above his eye there. Ah, okay. Because I think, well, a lot of times you're doing the moderations for him, right? And, well, there's just been way more of those crazy bots. It seems like there was basically nothing for it would seem like a year or so. And now it's just bonkers with bots. Yep, that puts the emphasis on the customer is always right, right, Arid. I'm glad that went well. And again, everybody, please give Iridican Wife a follow if you could, if you're not already doing that. But if you are awake at this time, there's a decent chance that you are. All of us late night streamers got to stick together. Or I suppose some might be called early in the morning streamers. What is it here? 3:20 in the morning here. Actually, it occurs to me I gotta get that other Corsair ship ready to go if we're gonna be painting that on Monday. That's just realized it's not Tuesday or Wednesday anymore. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get that thing. All of the shields put onto the sides of the hull there. All right, like these guys. Actually, here, let's we can zoom out for it'll be a bit easier to see our ship here. Again, we have to get those put on there, and well, we'll get this guy glued together, and hopefully, maybe get some of the masts and such in place. That is definitely true there, Aaron, for sure. That is for sure. I keep trying to emphasize to the folks in the neighborhood that, yeah, I think part of it is because I have essentially in all the pertinent areas I got essentially blackout curtains going. I don't think they really see the fact that, wow, there's lights on here all night long. And then what is it usual these days? It's more like 7 o'clock when I actually get to sleep in the morning. I mean, I try to sometimes for folks, I try to keep it as simple as possible. Say, well, it's like working the night shift. I'm gonna see if I can't. It's a little too late in there. Oh look, blending brush. That all just went away. I want to see if I can't grab this. We might have to sacrifice one part of them here to at least just get a little bit of our glue here. So let's do that. And I just want to get at least a little bit of that there. There we go. That might just do it. We'll let him have a few mementos to sit over there while we grab this lady. Yeah, Arid, I can certainly imagine that. Well, that's the other reason I have there's Christmas lights everywhere here. It's almost like it's Christmas all year long because it's the only way to sort of make the house look like nighttime during the day. It's effective to a very, very small degree. Of course, winter does help with that because there is blessed darkness. So yes, instead of, I don't know, 5 o'clock in the morning, there's practically sunrise going on. Let me see. Let me get a little bit more of the skin tone in that. And a little more reflected light here. Also, yeah, we need some. There we go. Yeah, that's another thing that was missing over there. So I never felt sorry that I have not had a chance to do the AI thing with the Fort Wapple stuff. I haven't even had a chance to do the AI thing with the our Lord of the Rings gummy bears, right? I'm still hoping. I'm going to see if I can maybe message Sectorix or something like that, and maybe he would know of maybe a way to be able to sculpt those things because they were just too cool, right? And Phil, I think you. I'll try to send you the pictures of those tomorrow. I'm pretty sure you saw them on stream when we were fooling around with those. I still have to do some of the other ones. Again, I haven't even had a chance to do that. Just type in, let's see, Smaug as a gummy bear, or Aragorn as a gummy bear. We did have lots of really fun ones. We had Gumladriel, we had Gumlum, we had Gumly, Legumless. Actually, at Nerifil, I was supposed to be making the holographic stickers. Yes, I was going to try and make those. Haven't had a chance to do anything like that. Oh yeah, well, I'll shoot you a message too. I think I already told you about the family emergency that's going on here. So I think you probably already know about that. That was all too much. We're going to take some of that away. This over here, just going to try and do a little cleanup on some edges. Take away a little bit of the top of that finger there. Oh, let's get take some of this and some of some more light here. Okay, yeah, that's already making a bit of a difference, although I think I need to get some thinner on that brush. I'm going to come back to this. One more. Ah, there it is. So yeah, well, the chin there got a little bit lighter than I was wanting. We need more light here, and there we go. More light over here. Well, I do think now as we build up to the, we're getting up to the 5 hour mark here. And I know that the print finished. And I want to also do a little check on our Canvas stuff that we're printing out. I want to say thanks to Armored Wolf for doing all the moderations. I want to say thanks for all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers and the raids. We had some raids. Appreciate those. So thanks for hanging out, Nerifil, and of course Irid. Thank you so much. We'll be doing this. Well, let's see, 12 hours. So in about 18 hours or so, we'll be doing this again. And I'm hoping that we'll get those werewolves ready to go. So yeah, the werewolves from Davale. Thanks again, Armored Wolf. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And yeah, we'll do a quickie little review here. Now let me see his heat. Let's not knock him over too much. Alright, he's a little more stable now, so we can have him out there again. He has a little bit of free handy stuff going on with him. And then here's our 4 other ones. There we go. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Yes, indeed. So I'm gonna head over to Kate Creates, I think. So thanks again, everybody, and of course, it takes a few seconds here for our raid countdown to do its thing. So we got that underway here. So I'm just gonna hit a couple of darks right there that I never got a chance to do. Okay, that is better. So thanks so much here, appreciate that, and I will catch everybody on our Friday night stream.